Okay. Hi, everybody. This is Alicia or AVP. If you're expecting a lighthearted stream tonight, it's not going to be lighthearted. I mean, even though it's a celebration, yes, that I've done 1,100 videos, but this video is going to be hardly lighthearted because there's some things about my life that I'm sure some of you are kind of curious about like why I am the way I am. And there's some topics that I've been, you might say, holding back from sharing with you guys, and I've been a little bit reluctant to share these publicly. And I've got a list of 8 topics that I have never shared publicly with anyone. I mean, certain people know certain things about little tidbits of certain things, but certain things I've never fully disclosed. So if you guys are wanting a lighthearted stream, even though it's a celebration, it's not happening tonight. Sorry to disappoint you. I mean, I know I'm pretty lighthearted most of the time, but hey, Chloe, thank you for coming. So let's try to make sure that you understand that this stream is going to be kind of a bit more serious in nature. I mean, I'm all for having fun and games, but I think it's time for you guys to see a little bit more serious side to me. And like I said, these topics I have mentioned, well, certain people know certain things here and there, but I've never have fully gotten into details about the whole thing, basically. So if I get a little bit emotional, it happens. I mean, I've got water bottle to help cleanse my palate. I've got a towel to sort of be a tissue to me. Because, like I said, these topics are very, very serious in nature. So, I mean, I was debating what to do for 1,100 videos, and I think it's time for you guys to see a little bit more about me and my life. I mean, okay, so, like I said, I have 8 different topics. I don't really have a particular time limit on how long I'm going to talk about each one. So I think I'll talk about them as I'm able to. I don't know if I will be able to answer questions about it, but I'm going to try. So my first topic is called the kerosene incident. Now, in case you guys didn't know, I am allergic to the medicine penicillin. And most people use that kind of medication for when you have sore throats, infections, and it's like a bacteria fighter. And most people can take it. Well, with me, I cannot take penicillin because of this incident that I'm going to be telling you guys about. So when I was about less than 2 years of age, my parents had a cookout on our back porch, and my dad used kerosene to start the grill, which is very, very dangerous. I don't recommend it. But apparently he put it in a water jug kind of thing. And, well, he didn't tell my mom he had not put it away. She assumed he had put it away when he put the grill and all that kind of stuff away. Well, my mom was given some stuffed animals to give to me to play with and everything. So I was curious, as most toddlers are, like, oh, what's this water jug? And my mom turns her back for half a second. And I pick up the water jug. And I swallow the kerosene. Apparently, I started screaming because kerosene is flammable. And I started screaming. And my mom turned around and noticed that I was screaming. And she immediately called 911 because she doesn't drive. She called 911 and the ambulance came and got me and took both her and me to the hospital. And one of the things that happened when I was there in the hospital, that they held me down, which to this day, I don't like being held down. for long periods of time. I really don't. It scares the crap out of me. And it's because of this childhood incident. And so they were going to give me something to throw up the kerosene, and I think somehow I threw it up. And anyway, they did the x-rays, and they determined I didn't have any pneumonia. I didn't have anything wrong with my voice or anything like that. But they wanted to keep me in, I think, overnight. And they kept me in the hospital. And one of our church members' little sons, who I used to play with all the time, very sweetly tells his mom that Alicia is going to get better. And here are 2 of my stuffed animals from my personal collection for Alicia to have as she recovers. Well, one of the things that they did to combat the quote pneumonia was that they gave me penicillin. So when my mom gave me the penicillin, I started breaking out in a rash. And my mom assumed it was from our neighbors 2 houses down from us, their twin children, who are my playmates as well, that they were combating the chicken pox. And she assumed it was maybe a chicken pox. I'd gotten it from them. And the neighbor said to my mom, no, that's not chicken pox. They've already passed the contagious stage. There's no way Alicia could have chicken pox. And my mom talks to our church member, who is a very special friend of hers, and she tells my mom, what did you give Alicia recently? And my mom says, only the penicillin. And the church member tells my mom, you know what? That's a reaction to the penicillin. That's a reaction that somebody would get when they're allergic to something. So she said, don't give me any more of that penicillin, because if you give her penicillin, she could swell up and die. And so to this day, I still don't take penicillin. Whenever I wear keys around my neck or in my wallet or even on my phone, there's something always on my phone that mentions that I have a penicillin allergy. And it's because of accidentally swallowing kerosene. Now, here's the thing. Instead of my dad owning up to the fact that he had done what he had done, my dad actually blamed my mom for what happened. And he never did apologize for what happened. And he always denied the fact that I had this reaction to the penicillin. He kept saying, oh, no, she's not allergic to it. She's not allergic to it. And my mom said, you know what? I'm not going to prove it to you by giving her penicillin and her die on you. Because if anybody in here has any allergies to anything, that you all know that basically the first reaction is to break out in a rash. The second reaction is to start swelling up, to start closing off on your breathing. You go into anaphylactic shock. And that's the kind of thing that happens to me if I were to get penicillin. And so whenever I fill out medical forms and they say, do you have any allergies to any medicines? That's the one I always mention. I always mention the penicillin, and it's because of this incident. So that was a very scary, scary thing. I mean, I'm still allergic to penicillin all these years later, over 34 years later. I'm 36, and this happened when I was about 2. So that was a very scary incident in my life. That because of somebody's foolish decision to not act like an adult, I have to live with their consequences, basically. I have the consequences to pay for their foolishness. I have to live with the fact that I have a penicillin allergy because of accidentally swallowing kerosene. I mean, it's a wonder I can talk. It's a wonder I can sing. So if you're out there in the world and if you've made fun of my voice or you've made fun of my singing voice, I will say this, that you are making fun of something that I could not very well have. because my mother knew someone that had accidentally swallowed lye and she seriously damaged her vocal cords. The fact that I'm still able to talk, I'm still able to sing and communicate without any difficulties, that in itself is a miracle that I'm still here, because it was a very scary, scary incident that could have gone so much worse. I mean, like I said, people have made fun of my singing. People have made fun of my voice, saying, your voice sounds it sounds wrong. And when they say that, I don't think they realize the backstory to it. And that's one reason why I want to tell these people, you don't know my story. You don't know why. When you insult my singing, you insult my talking, that you don't understand. You don't know why I talk, that I'm able to talk. And I think that's one reason why I talk as much as I do, because, well, let's face it, if it hadn't been a miracle, and I will say that, in all honesty, if it had not been a miracle, I would not be here. So that is what happened to me as a toddler. Yeah. Okay, one topic down, 7 to go. So, yeah. Okay, the next incident on my list is called the poison oak and ivy incident. Now, yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yes, I'm glad I'm okay now. So the next incident, I called it the poison oak and ivy incident. So to backtrack a little bit, you guys just heard me mention that I'm allergic to penicillin. Well, another thing that I'm allergic to is, yeah, some people are such mean, I hate to say it, but they are assholes. They are assholes, and I hate to use a term like Stewie Griffin and all that, but they are a douche. I mean, yeah, my voice is fine. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, people have made fun of it. But like I said, okay, so in all seriousness, so like I said, I mentioned the fact that I'm allergic to penicillin. And another thing that my mom discovered when I was little was that it's a very hereditary thing that I'm allergic to bee stings. Now, most everybody thinks, oh, I get stung by a bee. Everybody gets stung by bees and nothing happens. I'm thinking, no. For me, if I get stung by a bee and I start swelling up, it's similar to the penicillin reaction, where I will start swelling up and it could affect my voice and I could swell up and literally die. And I don't take any EpiPens or anything like that, but basically I have to keep like Benadryl in my medicine cabinet at all times. And even though I don't smoke, one of the things I can do is keep a cigarette around and mash up the tobacco and put it into the sting, and it will get the stinger out and get the poison out. Well, like I said, we knew that I was allergic to those two things, bee stings and penicillin. So that seemed like pretty normal, right? So at my old house where I grew up, basically, there was a fence. So imagine my device here as my gate. So basically, on one side of the gate is my yard, and on the opposite side of the gate is my neighbor's yard. So between the yard is some leaves and everything. So 4-year-old me is curious, what are these leaves? What are they doing here? Let me start picking them, kind of like you would do like dandelions and all that kind of stuff. And I play in the backyard all the time, no problem. I pick dandelions, I pick weeds. And that's what I kind of think this is a weed. Well, it's much more than a weed. It was poison oak and ivy. And most people say, oh, everybody's allergic to poison oak and ivy. No, it's not that. It's much more serious. With this one, I started literally swelling up. And my mom's scared to death. And my dad literally punishes me. He literally disciplines me for picking the poison oak and ivy. And well, that cleared up and I left it alone. And my neighbor, a couple days later, is burning poison oak and ivy that apparently was growing up again in his yard. I will tell you guys straight up, do not ever, ever burn it, because when you do that, those fumes can get into the air and make it hard for you to breathe. And people that are allergic to it, it can cause problems for them. For me, it caused problems for me and my mom. And so because of that, I started feeling itchy and everything like that. And you always tell a little kid, don't do this, don't do that. You tell a little kid, don't pick at a scab, don't pick at a sore. Well, in this case, I rubbed my eye because it started itching really, really bad. And when I did that, it made my eye swell shut. And I couldn't see out of my eye. And my parents tell me, don't mess with the other eye now that you can't see out of that eye. Well, silly me. I don't listen, but yet the itchiness continues. And I put chamomile lotion and stuff like that. But yet the itchiness persists. And, well, stupid me. I rubbed the other eye. And now I can't see. I am literally blind for about 24 hours. We go to the doctor. They give me a cortisone shot. And a couple hours after they gave me the shot, my eyes finally slowly started opening up. And I was able to see again. But yeah, that was a really scary thing. I mean, to this day, I still wear glasses. Yes, I started wearing glasses when I was 7. And I never take for granted my eyesight because of that. Because to not being able to see for as long as I was, that 24 hours, was one of the scariest incidences at the time in my life. Because I didn't remember the kerosene incident. But this one was pretty intense, where I couldn't see, that I'm having to rely on my mom and dad to sort of, well, for my dad, my mom couldn't because my mom was working, but my dad's having to carry me around, and I couldn't see. Pure and simple, I couldn't see for 24 hours or so, and it was like one of the scariest times in my life. And because of that, I am still allergic to poison oak and ivy. And I always put it on every medical form I fill, along with the other two, the bee stings, the penicillin, and now poison oak and ivy. So when people say, are you allergic to anything? I always rattle it off like that. I mean, poison oak and ivy, like I said, most people say, oh, I just swell up. No, it's a little bit more serious than that for me. Excuse me. So if I swell up too long, it could cut off my breathing. I could end up in the hospital, similar to the kerosene incident with the penicillin. I could go into shock. It could stop my heart. It could kill me. So, yeah. But yeah, that one's pretty intense, but it's not as scary as the one that's coming up. The one that's coming up is going to be really, really hard. So let me get myself ready for that one. Let me give you guys a chance to take in what I just said and get myself ready for the next one, because the next one is a real doozy. Okay, I think I'm ready. Okay, so as you guys have been hearing, I have different allergies to different things growing up. So, yeah, exactly. That's one reason why I always put that in my forms. But that's cool in a way, Pepe the dog, that we have that in common, that we are both allergic to bees and penicillin. So, yes, that's one reason why we always put that on the forms. So, this next story is a little bit more intense. Okay, so I grew up going to, thanks, Chloe. So my parents and I grew up going to a particular, we discovered later it was a cult. And I basically would go with my parents to church every single Saturday. And if you ever look up Worldwide Church of God with Herbert Armstrong, that's basically the background I went in. It was sort of like Jehovah's Witnesses mixed with Jewish, mixed with Mormonism, mixed with a whole lot of mess. That's the only way I can put it. I'm going to put in the chat so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to write it down. It doesn't go by this name anymore. So my dad stirred up some trouble in the church, I'll say that much. And he ended up getting disfellowshipped. So in case you guys don't know what that means, basically it means that he got kicked out of the church. So it meant that my mom and he were going to go to two different churches. And because I'm an only child, I have to go with whichever parent says I go with. So it's like being a divorced kid. One Saturday I will go with my mom. The next Saturday I go with my dad. My dad is going at someone's home, which is a spinoff of this church. And we're basically listening to the service via telephone. It's a long distance call, and it's one of these conference call kind of things. Basically, I have to sit there in my seat, dressed up in a dress and everything, and I have to just sit there very quietly. Can't make any noise because the whole thing is being recorded on an audio tape. So 1 week I go with my mom, 1 week I'm going with my dad, and it messes up my schedule. And one of the things that we do every year is that we go away for about 2 weeks, and either in September or October. And we can go to, say, Canada, we can go to parts of the United States, we can go overseas. But we're going to church conventions, sermons, and stuff like that every single day. And so as a kid, I still have to maintain my schoolwork and maintain that. So basically, I have to tell my teachers, I'm going to be out of school for 2 weeks. Can you give me my schoolwork in advance so I don't fall behind? And basically, cross your fingers, hope for the best, hope you don't miss anything. So basically, in between going to sermons and church things all the time, you're keeping with, for us kids, we're keeping with schoolwork. For adults, they're probably keeping up with paperwork for their jobs. So for me, I'm keeping up with schoolwork. And the year prior, I had just gotten glasses. And I'm just getting used to wearing glasses and everything like that. And I've been going through some traumaticness with my classmates because they used to tease me like most kids will tease, saying, oh, you're 4 eyes and all that kind of stuff. Well, it's traumatic enough to go to church 1 week with your mom, 1 week with your dad, and you're trying to keep up with your schoolwork for church too, because you have these little magazine booklets that basically are little Bible stories and lessons that you color, and you listen to the stories and you follow along. And I was also in the children's choir. So it's kind of hard to maintain a social life with your friends because you're in and out. Well, normally I'm going with my mom and dad on the church convention trip. And we typically go to Norfolk, Virginia, which is not that far from here. It's about 4 or 5 hours, depending on traffic from here. And my mom has been given the offer to go to Canada, Nova Scotia, particularly. And my dad isn't sure where he's going to go. And I keep telling my dad I want to go with my mom because this person is paying for everything. All we have to do is just bring spending money. All we have to bring is clothes, my schoolwork, toys that I'm going to bring with me to play with because I can bring toys. And so I keep telling my dad I'm going to go with my mom. I'm going to go with my mom. Case closed, right? No. It's not. And he keeps bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up. Well, a day or so beforehand, we had a church dinner dance kind of thing. And so I went with my mom 2 weeks back to back. And my dad throws the ultimatum in there. Well, because you went with your mom twice, you're going with me. No questions asked. You're going with me pure and simple. So I know that Saturday I'm going to be going with my dad. And my mom helps get me dressed for the day. And I know I have about an hour or so to go before we leave to go to church. My mom leaves before we do. And I hear a noise in the other room. And we don't have a pet, but I hear something rummaging in the other room in the closet. It's my dad. He's going through my mom in his closet. And he's taking clothes out of the suitcase that my mom has already packed up. And I ask him, what are you doing? And he says, he's startled at first. And he just says, go get your things. We're getting ready to go. And it starts dawning on me right then and there that my dad is getting ready to take me away from my mom. Now, keep in mind, I'm 8 years old. And most of my neighbors are away for the weekend. And at that time, you don't really talk to neighbors to tell them what's going on with certain things. You just don't. So when we get in the car, I am scared to death because I know what this means. It means he's trying to kidnap me. My own dad is trying to kidnap me from my mother. And I start crying on the way there. And I am so scared because I don't know what's going to happen to me. I don't know what's going to happen to me at the time. I really don't. And oh, this is hard. This is so hard. Oh, this is hard, guys. Sorry. I am so sorry. Just. Oh, man, this is hard. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate that. This is just. It's hard. Okay, so. Okay, so like I said, I'm crying the whole way there. And we eventually reached the door of the person's home that we're going to. And he comes up with some lame excuse when she says, "What's wrong with Alicia? Why is she crying?" And he says, "Oh, she's just missing her mom." Liar. Only you can't say that as a child. You can't tell the adult that's lying to this other adult that they're lying, because at the time you know for a fact you don't accuse other adults of lying. Well, I go in there and she says, "Do you want to play with some of the toys that I have?" Now, normally when I go over there, she has toys that I can play with, like a little brass doll bed, a Charlie McCarthy doll, a Raggedy Andy and Ann stuff that I don't have myself because I don't have a Raggedy Andy at the time. I guess that's one reason why I'm not scared of clowns to this day, because of the Charlie McCarthy doll, because I saw it all the time and it never scared me. So I play with that for a little bit, but I still have butterflies in my stomach and I'm kind of glancing out of the corner of my eye, wondering what's my dad doing. And he's just acting like no big deal what just happened. Never mind that he was going through the suitcase. And, well, we get the signal that services are getting ready to start soon. So I put away the toys that I was playing with. And I'm sitting there and quietly sitting there on the opposite side of my dad. When inside I'm wanting, and I'm shaking inside so bad that I really is like, I don't want to be anywhere near to him. Do I have to sit next to him? Please don't make me sit next to him right now, because it's like, no, don't make me do this. Don't make me do that. But yet, nobody knows what's going on except me and him. Nobody knows that he just, I know in my heart of hearts, he's trying to take me away. And, well, my mom comes home after her services is over and she realizes something is terribly, terribly wrong. My clothes are gone, and some of my toys that are very, very special to me, including my special panda bear. Let me see if I have it. Let me pause this for a second, the camera. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, I've got it right here. I've got it right here. My special buddy. He is my special, special, special buddy. This is Honey Joe, everybody. He was missing out of my things. And my mom knew something was wrong with this guy was missing. I know I'm safe. It's just like I said, my mom knew something was wrong with he was missing. I know, Pepe. It's just I gotta get this off my chest because I've been bottling this up for a long, long time, and I need it to make me strong. I can't let this fear hold me back. It's hard sometimes talking about this because, like I said, it's hard. That's the only way I can put it. Well, like I said, my mom noticed something was wrong when he was missing. Well, like I said, my mom noticed something was wrong when he was missing. And she calls up special friends to say if she can get a ride to where we are. And at first people turn her down and say no, they can't. And eventually my mom is able to get a ride. And she finally comes over there and we're still having our phone conference kind of thing. Well, the woman motions to my mom to be quiet because services are still going on. And I look up and I literally run to my mom. And I just keep hugging her and hugging her and hugging her because I'm so grateful to see her. And the person that my mom drove her there is waiting for her in the car. And eventually the phone conference thing ends, and my dad just says very matter-of-factly, "What are you doing here?" And she says, "I'm taking Alicia back with me." Well, eventually I leave with my mom, and we spend the night over the friend's house that we did. And my mom talked to him that night back at the house. And apparently it was a pretty heated discussion. And he made it clear that he was going to take me away from her. And he wasn't going to get me back. It wasn't till years later that my dad admitted to my mom that he wasn't going to keep me himself, that he was going to just give me away to someone else. And for almost a year, my parents were separated. I mean, long story short, my parents were separated and they should have divorced, but they didn't. They stayed together because they wanted to keep the family intact, and we didn't have family nearby. But because of this incident where I was almost kidnapped, I am plagued by insomnia. So for over 30 years, practically, I've suffered from insomnia, and it's because of this kidnapping story. Knowing that someone near and dear to me tried to kidnap me. I mean, when I see these kidnapping stories on TV, or these stories about these children on the face of the milk carton kind of things, it hits a little close to home because I know it could have been me. It was supposed to have been me. My dad eventually did ask for forgiveness for what he did to me, but to know that someone near and dear to me tried to kidnap me, I couldn't even tell my friends what had happened. I mean, I couldn't even tell my teachers. I was plagued by horribleness because of it. And to this day, I still have insomnia to this day because of this. Knowing someone tried to kidnap me, and it was someone that I loved, to try to take me away from where I lived, and I didn't know where I was going to go. I was going to literally leave the state I am in, Maryland, and end up who knows where. Who knows what would have happened. I mean, it scares me so bad. I mean, I've only done one video discussing this, where I made a 17-minute video about it. But this is the first time I've ever mentioned it, talked about it live. I mean, as you guys can see, this was a pretty emotional one to talk about, because to know that I was almost kidnapped by someone I loved and they thought nothing of it. I mean, this was really, really hard to know that happened. But one good thing did happen from it was that my mom did tell my dad, "We're going to stop all of this nonsense 1 week with me, 1 week with you." So because of that, I stopped going to 2 separate church services. The only reason why I would go to church with him is if she was with him. I never did trust him alone again. Even if I was in a car with him to just go get something to eat, fast food, I still had that little twinge in the back of my head thinking, is he going to take me away again? I mean, I still had that twinge, and that was one of the hardest things to ever do, is to be in that car with him, because, like I said, it was horrible to know it happened. And I couldn't run away because the door was much too heavy to, just because my dad had one of these old-fashioned cars. He had the Oldsmobile, a 1976 one, and those doors are very, very heavy. And For an 8-year-old child to try to slam that kind of door open or shut, no. And at the time, my dad's at his full height, 5'11", I think. And I didn't want him to hit me because he had slapped me years earlier for ripping up a plastic bag, or because when he'd be drinking, he'd get mad, he'd hit me. Some people talk about, how are you disciplined? Fly swatter, flip flop kind of thing. No, my dad actually had a wooden board this long on a piece of wood and on a piece of rope. He would discipline me with that. And sometimes he took it one step too far. So to this day, I am not into that kinky, kooky stuff that people talk about, BDSM, or when a man says, call me daddy. No, don't ask me to do that ever, because it's too traumatic for me. It reminds me of the one that tried to take me away, the one that hurt me for most of my life. And because of this kidnapping thing, to this day, I still have insomnia. I was plagued by terrible nightmares of thinking he had killed my mom. So to this day, if I get a good night's sleep, it's because I've taken something to help me sleep. And sometimes it's easier for me to just stay awake all night, to stay awake all day, instead of going to sleep, because it's easier that way. That for me, I say, instead of having to live with the night terrors, to live with the flashbacks. So yeah. So yeah, that was the third story on my list, which I called Kidnapping Attempt. I didn't want to spoil it when I was discussing it beforehand, but yeah, that was a very hard. So I just need a couple minutes to catch my breath, guys, if you don't mind, because my heart's still a little bit pounded from all that scariness. Thank you. As you can see, he's my special little friend. I've had him since I was 4. He is 32 years old, but he looks pretty good for 32. He's a good friend to me. He's been a fake husband to me. But he's a good cuddle buddy, especially during these kind of moments. I mean, like I said, yeah, his name is Honey Joe, by the way. The crazy thing is that they used to have these pandas that would talk and repeat back what you said, and I was a little disappointed. And I was disappointed that this guy doesn't talk back unless I make him talk. So at first I hated him, but then gradually I grew to love him. He's been a good bud buddy. He's been a good friend. Yeah, Honey Joe is the name actually that came with him when I got him. But like I said, I used to dress him up in my baby clothes. He's been a good comfort to me. He's a good buddy. But yeah, I mean, when I first got him, I didn't want him. Now I can't imagine my life without him because he's a huge comfort. He gives me a lot of hugs when I need the hugs. When I felt scared, I could hug him close. I didn't have to feel so scared. When I was scared of the dark, I could hug him. When things were going crazy at home with my parents, I could hug him close and know he was, yeah, he was right there. He was my anchor, you might say. Yeah, he's a good cuddle buddy. He really is. And he's one of the first things that we've packed up to take with us to move. I am never, ever getting rid of this guy, ever. And hopefully someday I can share him with my children so they can be introduced to this little special cuddle one. He's a good comfort. He really is. I mean, I'm calmer now. I really am. Yes, he's better than Rupert. He's like Ted. He's like Ted in many ways. I won't say that much. He's like Ted. Only he doesn't talk. But this guy has been everywhere with me. I mean, he went with me to Canada during that scary period. He's been with me to Tennessee. Yes, he's my thunder buddy. Thunder buddy. He is my thunder buddy for life. This is my thunder buddy. Johnny has his thunder buddy. I have my thunder buddy, Honey Joe. Okay. Let me put him right beside me. So, what happened with because of the kidnapping incident and everything like that, it led up to what happened next, which I'm going to call depression period. So, as you guys heard me mention it, I was suffering from insomnia, and because I couldn't talk to my peers about what's going on, I tried talking to counselors about what was going on in my life, seeing my parents argue all the time. And I'm getting ready to go into middle school, and I don't know which middle school I'm going to go into. And eventually, my parents choose a middle school for me to attend. And it was a very traumatic time for me during that time, from what I do remember. Let me explain. So, most people, when they go to middle school, they go from 6th grade to 8th grade, or they go from, 6th to 8th grade. Me, it was a little bit differently. It was from 7th and 8th grade. But because I'm still going through the trauma, what happened with my parents and everything, I basically was struggling with my studies. My grades started failing. I wasn't able to pay attention. And I was spending more and more time in the counselor's office than in the classroom. And I would start crying. I really didn't have any friends. And during that period, which I've read about online in articles years later, I self-diagnosed myself as having mental depression because it eerily similar matched my moods and my condition. I never took any medications for it. No, I still haven't. Maybe I should, I don't know. But so basically, during that period, I was going through a lot of sadness, and I don't remember a lot of it, but I do remember I wrote a lot. That's one reason why I have notebooks and notebooks full of write-ins. And those write-ins are very, very dark and somber because I was dark and somber. I was very unhappy. I didn't have friends to turn to. I mean, let's say I was going down the hallway in the schoolway. If my books happen to fall out of my hands, guess what? Instead of offering to help me, my friends are laughing at me. They're teasing me. And because of all of this going on and everything like that, I went through the period of depression for my 7th and 8th grade years. So when people talk about middle school, I always cringe. I always grimace. I always get like a pit feeling in my stomach, and I don't want to talk about it because what I do remember is very, very sad. It's very somber. It wasn't a happy time for me. I didn't have friends to go to. The things I do remember, I just remember being laughed at, teased, struggling with my schoolwork. I couldn't do schoolwork. I mean, they threatened to put me back one year because of my grades being so bad. And my mom convinced them no, just put her back in the class that she's struggling with, which was algebra. And so they held me back a year in that particular class only. And so I took the class and I passed. But the thing that would make me so mad is my classmates would be saying, hey, what's the math homework for this teacher? One time I was so mad, I literally just slammed my locker, shut, where everybody heard me scream, I don't know, I'm not in your class. And like I said, when I get mad, I get mad. And I was furious. And I was angry because I'm thinking, are you that blind that you can't see that your own classmate is not in the room with you? Are you that ignorant you can't see or not hear my voice there? You don't have any disabilities to prevent you from knowing I'm there or not there. Yet you're choosing to say, what's the homework? I mean, should I have screamed at them? I don't know. I just know I was just mad and I was hurt because, well, they didn't care. And I'm friends with some of them on Facebook and stuff like that now. But when we went to different high schools, because they went to their neighborhood high school, I went to mine. Or they went to their high school of choice because they had better grades. My grades were just terrible. The only grades that saved me was my English and my foreign language and my chorus ones. Everything else, no. I would have still been held back. But I went to a different school than them and I lost touch with them. I mean, yes, I talked to them on Facebook, but they put tension there that didn't have to be there between our relationships because they assumed something was true when it was not true. I mean, I'll throw this question out there. If somebody that's typically in your class and your teacher is going through the roll or when you're looking through the class, are you going to see who's there and not there? Hopefully you will. Because me, even though I'm pretty distracted by, say, my books or my whatever I'm doing, I always am aware of who's around me and who's not around me. And when I saw somebody not there, I would say, wait a minute, where's so-and-so? But when I saw somebody deliberately saying, what's the homework? That's when I got mad. And middle school, like I said, I don't remember very well. I wrote a lot of poems and write-ins that were basically saying, hey, somebody's looking for friends and they just want to be friends. And that's the reason why I did that, because it was reflecting on me, saying I'm needing friends. I'm needing people to support me. So when they didn't do that, it was very discouraging. It was very tough, because we had gone to kindergarten all the way up to 6th grade, and now here it is 2 years later, 7th and 8th grade. And it's like those years that we spent together meant nothing. I mean, I talked to them on Facebook, yes, but it's not the same, because sometimes when I see their names on there, it's hard, because I see that some of them are still very, very close with each other. Me, because I went to a different school than them, I don't have those experiences. And so that's tough on me. So, yeah, like I said, I suffered for depression for 2 years. And just before I started high school, then that's when I started slowly coming out of that darkness and being a little bit more lighthearted and bettering myself. Okay, let me get a sip of water now before I start on the next one, because the next one's a little bit more intense too. Okay. So the next one is called about scary bully incidents in high school. So everybody's gone through bullies at some point in their lives. Like I touched on earlier, I was called four eyes, I was called ugly, I was called stupid, I was called retarded. Well, I started blossoming in high school, where I was really doing really, really well, where my teachers loved and adored me. And they basically made me their favorite student. No problem. But here's the thing, not everybody loved me. So in my freshman year of high school, and in my my freshman year of high school, because this was all freshman year, I had to think. So freshman year was a tough time, and it was freshman and sophomore year. So freshman year, I had a scary incident with one of my friends. where basically they were chasing after him and I was with him at the time. And sadly, I got tripped and they tripped me down. Fortunately, all that happened was I ended up just getting a skint arm and stuff like that, and I was fine. Hey, Mr. CCTV, appreciate that, my friend. So with this bully incident that escalated in sophomore year, I left and turned my back briefly in the classroom, and I screamed. Now, you guys know I normally don't scream. I'm not really a screamer. And my teacher turned around to find out why was I screaming. Somebody had taken one of the large gallon, and I mean gallon, of glue, the bottle of glue that we had in the classroom. And they had poured it all over my desk and chair. I don't think that was a coincidence. I really don't, because I have my theories on who did it. He was a bully and he didn't like me. And basically he dumped the whole bottle of glue all over my chair. If I had not screamed because I saw it, my teacher would have never known what had happened. My teacher asked me what's wrong. I said somebody. Now, I didn't blame anybody because I couldn't prove who it was. In retrospect, I suspect who it was. But at the time, I didn't want to blame anybody because I wasn't really sure. But I said somebody poured the bottle of glue all over my chair. And that was really, really scary. And I also had a classmate that same year where she's ready to beat me up. She's ready to fight me. And she said, "What did you say about me?" I said, "Excuse me?" And she says, "Yeah, what did you say about me?" I said, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" She said, "What did you say about me? If you don't tell me what you said about me, I'm going to beat you up." I said, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "What did you say about me?" I said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't talk about you," which I didn't. I never spoke anything about this person ever. But she's ready to beat me up. And another classmate was very, very scared for me because this girl's maybe 5'10" and I'm only 5'5". Only she's bigger than me. I'm not going to try to be mean when I say that, but she was bigger than me, heavier and everything than me, where she could literally crush me. And she's ready to beat me up. Fortunately, security stepped in. She and I had this crisis intervention kind of counseling session, and we found out, no, she had overheard somebody said that I had so-called said something, which wasn't true. I didn't even know who the person she was who said it. I didn't even know this person in the first place. Also, during that same sophomore year, now I know everybody knows what a thumbtack is. And, well, one day in class, I'm sitting down and everything like that. And I screamed a little bit, went, "Yow!" Now, that's unusual for me to do that kind of thing, too. And my teacher turned around. And my teacher turned around and they said, "What? What is it?" Somebody had put a thumbtack in my chair. I'm pretty sure, I can't prove it now, but I'm pretty sure it was either the guy who had poured the glue in my chair in the other class, or it was one of his friends who did it because they were jealous of me. So, yeah. like I said, I had some scary bully incidences in high school. But after those couple of incidences, it sort of went away. So they never did bully me ever again. But unfortunately, I still had bullying at home from my dad. And yeah, but the next story is going to be a little bit more harder to discuss, similar to the third one. So I'm going to get my cuddle buddy. I need my cuddle buddy for this one. Oh, this one's hard, guys. But we're on topic 5 of 8. We're going to start episode 6 of it. Oh, this one's hard, guys. This one's kind of hard. Yeah, I will, Pepe. Thanks. You guys are all amazing. I'm sending you guys a big, big hug. Me and Honey Joe are giving you big hugs. Thank you. Okay, I'll try. So, you guys know that I don't like to share too often about saying people are my favorite kind of things at times. And I used to visit my mom's family every other summer. Well, I basically try not to play favorites because favoritism causes nothing but pain. Well, I try to tell people, like, you're my favorite. Like, I'll give you an example for Honey Joe. He's my favorite Honey Joe. So there's nothing wrong with that, right? To tell, if someone's got that one particular name, say, you're my favorite, whatever. Well, my aunt and uncle had some four-wheelers, and up here we don't really have four-wheelers. So we went for rides, normally during the summertime. I knew what you meant, Mr. CCDB. So anyway, we would go for rides, and I would say, oh, it must be fun to ride it, and is it hard to drive it? And he's like, no, because my uncle would typically take me, and he would also take my mom, and we would take turns. And Now, keep in mind, guys, at the time, I didn't even have a boyfriend. I didn't. I was scared to death of having a guy in my life because of the trauma with my dad and the bullies at school and all that kind of stuff. Well, I told my uncle that he was my favorite uncle, and I said his name. I'm 17, not quite 18. And he stops the four-wheeler. Oh, God. This is hard. Really, really hard. Oh, God. This is hard. This is so hard. I don't know what to say right now, guys. Right now, I just need to catch my breath. Yeah. And I still have 2 more stories to tell. Does anybody want to come on the video? Because right now it's a little bit tricky. Because I got to recompose myself. Because right now it's hard. No, no war stories yet, Mr. CCGP. But I mean, if you want to come on, I can send you the link. But right now, I just need a minute. Ooh. I'm gonna stop the camera right now, guys, for a sec. This is really, really hard. This story is really, really hard. I mean, I thought the other one was hard, but oh man. Yeah, sure. I can send you the link. I think I just basically gotta calm myself. This one's really, really hard because I kept it hidden for 13 years, this story. Even my mom didn't know for the longest this story. And because something died in me that day. That's all I can put it. Something died in me in that day. Tell you what, Mr. CCTV and everybody, once I finish these stories, then I'll invite you guys on. Sound like a deal? I'll have you guys on after I tell this story. I think so. Like I said, he stopped the motorcycle. Sorry, the four-wheeler. And I think you guys know what I'm going to say. He didn't rape me, I will say that much. But it was like he did. Basically, I'm not going to go into too much detail because it's a little painful right now. I don't know if I can say it without getting choked up. I will say this, I was not raped, but it was like I was. So I'll just say he did things he shouldn't have done to me. I'll say that day. And I kept it hidden. And for the longest, I couldn't trust anybody to share those secrets with. I couldn't even talk to my boyfriends about it. I couldn't talk to my mom about it. And we were gone for hours. I mean, it only was a very short time what happened. And for a while, it took me a long, long time to open up to anyone, to let them touch me because of what happened. Sometimes it's still traumatic for me to get a guy to trust him to touch me because I didn't trust anybody with that kind of what had happened. Knowing I was physically abused by my dad, mentally abused by my dad, emotionally abused by my dad, and now this sexual abuse by an uncle. So I myself am a victim of sexual assault. I was sexually assaulted at 17 by my favorite uncle. At least I thought he was. But when I hear these stories about girls who and boys that are sexually assaulted, and they always tell them, say no means no. Well, what if you're so naive and unsure, you don't know what to do, you don't know how to respond to it because you don't know if it feels good or if it feels bad. You want to say it feels good to make the person go away, but the fact is that they keep trying to go after you. It's like what do you do then? You want the person to sort of go away, but you don't have to tell them to just go away, because you don't want to come across as weak, or you don't want to come across like you're scared, or but like I said, for the longest I kept that hidden. And I have since filed a report with the state where it happened. Unfortunately, the person I filed the report with was not very sympathetic. Tried to make it seem like, well, if you'd come forward much sooner, or if you had done something a little bit quicker, maybe we could do something. But when you're 17 years of age and you're unsure of yourself, and you're going through trauma at home, and you're going through trauma at school, it's kind of hard to say what's happened, because like I said, I kept this hidden for 13 years. My own mom, who's one of the closest people I know, and some of my best friends, they didn't even know. I never told anybody that I'd been sexually assaulted. And knowing that happened to me, I don't blame me per se. It just, I feel bad that it happened the way it happened, because I don't know if it was preventable. All I know is that somebody took what I said as a compliment. They took it one step too far. And I think that's one reason why I'm so scared about sharing compliments, sharing my heart with anybody, because I don't want to be taken the wrong way. I really don't. And thank you. But yeah, like I said, that was a very scary time in my life. A very scary, scary time. And in many ways, I'm still that child in some ways. No, I don't think it's my fault. It's just, well, at first I thought it was my fault. I'll say that much. And at first I thought I did something wrong. I thought I had provoked it by telling him he was my favorite uncle. That maybe if I hadn't said that, I played the what if game in my head. If I hadn't had said this, maybe he wouldn't have done that. But that's not what I can put it. It's just I played the what if game with that, and I know it's not my fault, but I played with it if it was my fault. I felt like it was my fault. I felt like it could have been prevented. That's not what I can put it. I feel like I. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's something I have to live with. To know it wasn't my fault. And like I said, I kept that hidden for 13 years of my life. I mean, my mom suspected something had happened. when we came back later, but she didn't ask, and I didn't say anything. But yeah, something in me died that day. Something in me was, even though I wasn't raped, I was still assaulted by someone very dear to me. And because of that, it's kind of hard for me to open up to a guy romantically, because that's like the trigger's still there. Wondering, is he going to hurt me too? And I know he's not gonna, but it's like sometimes it plagues at me. I don't know why there's always people who have one of those family stories where they were sexually assaulted by a family member, and I didn't think it would be me, but it was me. And yeah, it's happened to too many kids. And it's scary to share these kind of things that I'm sharing with you guys tonight. I hope you guys know that this has taken a lot of courage to be strong, to be something serious, to be not my silly, jokey self. Because this serious side of me needs to be shared, that you guys need to know that some things happened in my life that were not so pretty. And this is some of the things that happened. These are just a small sample of what happened to me. I mean, I wish I was making it all up and say, oh, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. None of these stories are made up. Every single one of these stories is true, unfortunately. Everything from swelling kerosene to now this one. But yeah, like I said, this one was really hard to share. I knew some of them were going to be really hard to share. I mean, number 3, I knew it was going to be hard. And this one, the sexual abuse. Yeah, like I said, it took me 13 years because I'd written about it. I wrote about it in a poem. Let's see if I can find it, which I share with my mentor. I'll let you guys hear it because I wrote it. So, okay. This is called Hurt Beyond Words that I wrote that day. I told him something special. He in turn took that innocence and turned it into something else. I was trying to be kind, but instead he hurt me beyond words. It wasn't supposed to be like this. For years I've hidden my pain. I had only poured out my heart in deep prayers asking God why this happened to me. I no longer feel the same about him. I cannot believe he did it to me. He stole something from me that fateful day. It started out as a nice and sunny day, and every memory of it ever since has been tainted. No one knew of what really happened. It was only recently I disclosed about what happened. It makes me cringe as I think back on that awful experience. He needs my sweetness and kindness toward him to make it something it wasn't. My stomach and heart aches, remembering that awful pain. It may have been brief, but has left long-lasting pain and hurt to my life. I no longer trust him as I once did. I almost run in fear from him. Dear God, I am asking you to take away my hurt and pain that I was caused all those years ago. Forgive the one who wronged me. I pray he hasn't done it since, and that he has learned how wrong it was to do it. I was just a girl then, and in some ways I still am. Dearest God, I hold me in this deep time of hurt and remembering the hurt beyond words. Thank you for listening to me pour out my heart to you. You will never hurt me like the one who did and others who have caused me pain. Thank you for truly being someone who cares for me. You were there with me within this awful event happened to me, and you provided me with love and support, and now you're healing me through this. There may be no physical scars, but deep inside are emotional ones that you're lovingly helping me heal by releasing it out, by talking about what happened to me that fateful day. Perhaps I can use my story to tell others that they are not alone and it isn't their fault, regardless of what they've been told by the one who hurt them. This, of course, is a lie. They did not cause their own pain. Dear God, I thank you for listening to me, and I ask you to continue to help me recover and start anew without guilt or shame. Knowing you're lovingly caring for me and you're right there in the midst of everything that has and will happen to me. Let me use this story of mine to know that only you can use this stain of pain of mine and turn it into something truly beautiful. What this is, I do not know, but I know you know what, and I'm so glad that you know what you are doing better than I do myself. These words I pour out to you on this day as I leave it in your hands, dear Heavenly Daddy. In Jesus' name, amen. I wrote that poem in 2015, 6 years ago. And I'm still healing from that. I'm still healing from that. And I know it's not my fault. I know I'm not alone. So thank you, every single one of you. You guys are so, so awesome. I love you guys so, so much. So thank you for letting me share these painful stories. I got 2 more to go. So this one is a little bit, it's scary, but it's a little less heart-wrenching, fortunately. I call it the close call with a kid in 2014 near the Parkway. So I'm 19 years old at the time, and I've just graduated from high school, and I'm taking a breather between high school and college, and I'm volunteering at the local elementary school, helping out with the kindergarten teachers, because that was my goal. Well, their kids are getting ready for graduation, which is cute and sweet and everything. And if a kid is being punished or something, they will have them stand in the back of the room so they won't disrupt the other kids that are practicing for the graduation. So one kid is wandering further and further out the door. And he keeps whispering under his breath that he wants his mommy. Now, I get the impression that his mom is probably at work, but because he's being punished, he can't go see his mom. He can't leave school grounds. And I notice he's wandering further and further and further out the door. And, well, guess what? He eventually wanders out the door. And he keeps running and running and saying, I want my mommy, I want my mommy, I want my mommy. Well, the school is about half a mile from the Baltimore Washington Parkway. Now, there is a huge, huge bridge there, and I am scared of this bridge. Let me see if I can show you guys a picture of it. Let's see. Let's see, is this it? Okay, here it is. Okay. Okay. You guys see this bridge that's on the screen right now? Well, this bridge is about half a mile away from where I live at the time. And right below there, as you can see, is the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. And there's grassy areas, as you can see, and there's a lot of traffic that goes up and down this up this bridge. And this is happening just before rush hour. Rush hour around here is from anywhere from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It could be longer depending on the day. Fridays, it's a little bit hectic. And so basically this is what it looks like, the parkway. And this bridge really scares the heebie-jeebies out of me. It really scares the crap out of me. I don't know why. I know it's on a safe, secure location. I'm aware of that. Like, here's the bridge right here. Yeah, right here. You can see it better here. Somewhat. Let's see, is that it? So you guys can see this is a pretty crowded road to be on. Thanks, Nick. So, like I said, this kid has wandered up onto this parkway. And he keeps crying. He wants his mom. He wants his mom. Now, further down from here on the left is, thanks, hugs too. Me and Honey Joe send you a hug. So, the parkway on the left side of this bridge, now I hate this bridge. I really do. This bridge scares the crap out of me. It really scares the crap out of me, big time. And this kid is headed this bridge. I hate this bridge so much. So much. Well, on the left side, if you keep going on the left, you'll head toward Walmart, a shopping center where there's a car dealership, and you'll end up further down and you'll end up eventually near the parkway. On this right side of the screen is basically where it would end up, where you'd end up where the school is. Now, like I said, this bridge scares me. I'm not scared of bridges normally, guys. I'm not scared of heights. I used to work security all the time. No problem. But this one, for some reason, I don't know how to explain, but this bridge just scares me really, really bad. And anyway, this kid is wandering on this bridge. Let's see if there's a way I can zoom in on that one. So, okay, where I have it highlighted right now is basically the direction of where me and the kid were. We were on this portion of the bridge. We're around here. The school's back this way. So we're midway here on the bridge. And I'm scared to death of this bridge. Well, I keep trying to tell the little kid, come back, come back, come back, come back. It's okay. And he's like, no, I want my mommy. I want my mommy. Well, he eventually runs all the way further down. He runs down this way, which is closer to the parkway. He's running where the grass is. The grass where you see there on the video in the picture. He's on that grass. And that grass heads down to the parkway. And a couple people see us running and me chasing after him. And they're trying to catch him and bring him back to me. And eventually, they're able to catch the kid, but instead of running toward them, he runs toward me. And a bus driver sees our plight and picks us up, basically. So he picks us up. We go from here, and then we take the ramp back this way, and then we go back around, and we end up back at the school. So basically, we started from here, all the way here, to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, and then a ramp back to school. So, like I said, this was scary because this kid ended up near this parkway. About maybe 2 miles from his school. And it could have been so much worse if I had not stepped in to conquer my fear of this bridge to go after this kid. I mean, yeah, that's the only way I can put it. So that's what happened with that kid, with the close call, because like I said, this parkway is a very busy incident. So the final story I'm going to talk about is not as scary, but it was scary in its own way. and it's a very serious thing. So how do I put this? So, in case you guys didn't know, I really struggle with dating. And I've had a couple jerks who I've dated in the past. And one of them, I assumed he was just 5 years older than me. And I met him online. So, when you're online dating, they could be anyone basically. But yeah. So, this guy, I assumed he was just 5 years older than me. And I was working with him as his photographer assistant. We were setting up for camera shoots where I would let people look over their final pictures they had taken with green screen effect. Let me see if I have one of those so you guys can see what it looks like, the green screen effect. Because he did mine one time when we were at a photo shoot kind of thing. Let's see if I can get to that real quick. Let's see. Yes. Got it right here. Well, it was scary for me because I had to go across that bridge, and that bridge I'm scared of. But thank you for saying I was brave. I guess because I had to conquer my fears. So, yeah. So, here is the pictures. This is one of the green screen effects that he does, basically. That's one of me, of course. That's me still. Let's see. There's this one. Pretty cool green screen effects. So basically, my job is basically to let the people see these kind of pictures and what they look like on his laptop. And then if they like how it looks and turns out, then they pay for it. These what I think would talk about maybe 40 something dollars. Yep, that's another one. Different pose, obviously. Just different backgrounds. Because these were all for a Halloween party. So yeah, those are all the green screen effects that he does. Those are what Mike does. So like I said, I always assumed that Mike was older than me, just 5 years older than me. But no, Mike is not 5 years older than me. So let's see if I have another picture. That I have real quick. Nope, that one doesn't have any of those. Okay, I think I see where I put it. I think I remember where I put it. Oh. No, none of those. There's a particular picture I'm looking for that you guys have, some of you have seen it, I think. No, that's not it. Oh yeah, that's right, because it was prior to the virus. Not that. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Okay, so as you see this picture here, this is one of the last pictures he took of me that we worked at on a New Year's Eve party. So this is the picture he took, and he picked basically the green screen and he took the picture of me. And like I said, these kind of pictures, depending on how many poses you took, you could get up to maybe $100 for several of these. So yeah, I mean, it was a pretty cool time working and everything like that. I enjoyed working as the photography assistant. And I enjoyed that kind of job. I really did. It was easy, and that's all I can put. It was easy. So basically, I would have people look over those pictures and everything like that. So basically, I always assumed this guy was just 5 years older than me. No. I met him on Yahoo Messenger. We were talking. He helped me out with computer issues. And if you guys remember that what happened with me and my uncle, it was kind of hard for me to open up to somebody and tell them about my romantic past. To know I don't just trust anybody to be with me in an intimate setting. Well, because of that, we would hang out together and we'd go out to eat and things like that. And he taught me certain more adult things, basically. He told me about kissing and how to treat a guy, basically, in intimate ways. Without getting into too much details. So, no problem. And we both like the similar music, similar TV shows, things like that. Well, mostly movies, because I like Back to the Future. And he knew I did, and he knew I loved Sims, and he was always teasing me about that. So we typically would go out to eat at the local Burger King near me. And I thought nothing of it. And gradually our schedules became where he would come see me later and later and later in the day. But that last time, it wasn't. It was much, much later. Now, if everybody knows correctly that all legal activity stops at a certain point in the day and at night. So by 10 o'clock at night, everything legal that's going on is going to basically just virtually stop. And, well, Stupid, silly me didn't know this, though. Now, this guy was so-called giving people flying pilot lessons. And he said, I'll be by to pick you up around 10 o'clock. No problem. And he picks me up and he gives me the extra money that was left over from the photography. I can't want to say election, but it was photography because I've done election jobs more. So anyway, the photography gig. One person, I think, paid him, and because I was still technically his assistant, that basically he gives me the 20 extra bucks, which I stick into my pocket. And he says, hey, let's go get something to eat and everything like that. And it's just before Valentine's Day and everything like that. I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. So we drive up to the local Burger King and everything like that. And I think I ordered like a milkshake or something. I wasn't that hungry because I'd eaten earlier. So I think I got like a milkshake or something like that. And he got something. And then we go into the parking lot to start talking, and we're listening to music and everything like that. And he's taking off his shoes meanwhile, which I understood why he took them off, because it's cold out, and also he's had these big clunky boots on because of flying and everything like that. And I can understand why you'd want to take them off. And I've got my hair in 2 pigtails. And as you guys know, I don't look my age. And I've got a little bit, not quite revealing, but a little bit more adult themed shirt, basically. It's my pink shirt, and it's basically got some little holes where my arm sticks out. And I've got my hair in 2 pigtails. So I look young for my age. I look very young for my age. I don't look my age at all. And so we're talking, we're listening to music, and the lights that are shining in the parking lot where we are, the Walmart and everything like that, we're just like, ugh. How do I put this? They're shining right in our face, and we're trying to listen to music. He's trying to lean back. I'm trying to lean back in the car. We're just listening to the music. Like I said, we're just listening to music, no problem, and everything. So no big deal, right? Wrong. Very, very wrong. So the cops stop us when we are in an abandoned side street kind of thing. So we're saying, you know what, we're tired of all these lights shining right in our faces kind of things. And yeah, let's see if we can get away from all this craziness, so to speak. Okay, sure, no problem. I can deal with that. Right? Well, no. The cops stop us. And we try to lay low a little bit in the car. Like, no big deal with what's going on. And maybe they'll go away. Maybe they'll leave us alone. Okay, here's what I was wearing that night. This was back in February, like I said. This is exactly how I looked that night. This was actually from that night. Prior to leaving. So let me put that up. That's how I looked that night. As you guys see, I look very young. I look younger than I really am. And as you can see, I've got my arms showing a little bit, and I look very young for my age and everything. This was back in 2019, so 2 years ago. And I had taken off my coat, and At the time, I was in the process of trying to lose weight and everything, and I had some very loose, baggy jeans on. And I thought nothing of it. And the cop sees me adjusting my jeans, sees me going like that in the car. And he's like, "Oh, both of you out of the car right now." And I'm thinking, oh no. He's thinking we just had a hookup. And he makes the guy get out of the car first. The one that's driving the car, he makes him get out of the car first. And he makes him get out. And that's when he makes a mention with his ID that he's actually such and such age. He's not 5 years older than me. He is actually around 51. You mean he got involved with me when I was under? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. You got involved with me when I was younger. And you were making me think you were just 5 years older than me, and you were not. And, well, they have me get out of the car. I literally had to put my hands on the car, spread my legs out while they're patting me down. Nothing fell out, obviously, and I'm just trying to say, but officer, my jeans are loose. That's the reason why you saw me adjusting my pants like that. He doesn't want to hear it and everything like that. And I'm cold now because, as you guys can see, the shirt that I'm wearing is not that warm. My coat's off. I've got boots on, yes, but like I said, these jeans are very, very loose. And he's with no shoes on, no boots on. And I've got no coat on, and I've got loosey jeans. Cops are thinking, oh, these two had a hookup. Fortunately, I had my ID on me. And they look it over and says, why are you all the way out this way? And then they're looking at his ID, and he's claiming he lives a couple miles from here. I don't think so now. I really don't, because I Googled up his phone number, and they say that they think he's married and that he lives in a community in a different county, and that he's married, has some other person living at that residency. The crazy thing is, in all the time that I've known this guy, since 2004, I have never once met anybody in his life. I don't know hardly much about his life. I know he was working for UPS. I knew he was a photographer. And I knew that was basically all I basically knew. And I knew he liked Burger King versus he didn't like McDonald's like me. But other than that, I really didn't know that much. And then, like I said, when they're frisking him, looking over his ID, and that's when it's revealed he's not 5 years older than me. He's much, much older. And they're looking at my ID, and they said, well, why are you out so late, miss? And we were explaining that it was a job kind of thing, which it was. He was paying for me for the last job. But why are you not at home? Because my mom had gone to bed and everything. We didn't want to disturb her. That's why we didn't go near home, because the only things that are around here are McDonald's and Popeyes and a carry out in 7-Eleven. So we don't want to go to any of those places. Fortunately, the police let us go off with a warning, but that incident scared me pretty bad. Thinking that these police think that we're doing something that we're not. They're thinking this was a hookup kind of thing, that I'm an underage kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being friends kind of thing. But the thing is, the way this guy is, he made me think that he was a certain age. But the thing is, to lie to me and tell me that you're a certain age, and I keep asking you, you're just 5 years older than me, right? You're just 5 years older than me, right? If you keep denying that kind of thing or not saying anything, after a while, I'm going to think, wait a minute, what are you hiding? I mean, like I said, I have nothing wrong with, I have friends from all sorts of ages. I really do. But the fact is that this guy was being a little bit dishonest with me and nearly gets me arrested and thinks it's funny and then tries to tell me to keep it a secret. I'm like, wait a minute here. That's not funny, because he says he's gotten pulled over for things like that in the past, and they assume certain things that were not true. And I just don't understand. I really don't. I just don't understand why he would think something like that was funny, to get me almost arrested and make me think he's just 5 years older than me when he's not. I mean, I asked my mom later, after I told her what had happened. I said, hey, did he come across older than 5 years of age to you? And she was like, Alicia, I think he's much older than he says he is. I think he's at least 10 years older than you. Oh, sorry, guys. My ear just popped or something. Okay. So, like I said, that was a very scary incident where I almost got arrested. And it was all because of a guy I was dating. Yeah, he thought it was funny. I mean, I don't mind going on dates with people and having a good time. It's just when he thinks something like that, getting almost arrested, says, oh, I think it's funny, and then tells me to keep it a secret. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It wasn't funny. So, if anybody wants to come out here and we can discuss what I've talked about, let me know. Uh, Let me do this. Oh, wrong thing. So, but yeah, I mean, like I said, these were the most heart-wrenching stories I had to ever share with you guys. Because I've never shared these stories with anybody. I'm gonna put in the Big Daddy thing, Mr. CCDV. If you want to come out, that's fine. If you want to come out, I'll put it in there for you. Sure. But like I said, it's been a traumatic time, as you can see. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is a little. So I totally understand that. But as you guys can see, my life has never been easy and it's been tough. But I appreciate you guys so much with your support with this, because it's been tough. It's been tough tonight discussing these stories. I mean, we went through all 8 of these guys. It went a little bit better than I thought, but it also was still hard. That's all I can put it. I mean, like I said, sharing these stories was hard. Yeah, thanks. Now I just my ID. The thing is, I look so young for my age. Nick, if you want to come out, I can send it to you too. And here's Mr. CCDV.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, I haven't changed my avatar back.
That's okay.
Oh, look. No, I've actually lost 70 pounds. Unintentionally, mind you. But I have lost 70 pounds, so my face is a lot skinnier and I don't have hair on it anymore.
Yes.
But I still like the Swedish Chef best.
Yes.
No, you were absolutely 100% brave tonight. And I know you read the comment, right? Like, it's not absence of fear that makes a person brave.
Mm-hmm.
It's the ability to overcome the fear that makes a person brave. And you floored me tonight. You were absolutely brilliant tonight.
Thank you. It was hard sharing some of those stories. It really was. It was really hard, especially the ones that happened that were very traumatic.
Yeah, well, don't ever ask me about the memoirs of a pogue. I keep promising I'll finish them, but I can't guarantee I will.
No problem. No problem.
I prefer to do cooking videos and make jokes. So
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I wanted to do something a little bit more serious tonight to show people, yeah, I'm more than just silly Alicia.
well, I imagine we all suspected that. But at the same time, it's good that you showed that serious side of yourself. It's just that, we
Yeah.
like the fun, happy go lucky Alicia.
Yes. It's just Alicia's had a tough life. I mean, yeah. I mean, bullying, kerosene swallowing. Oh, that was hard. Knowing that I got
Ugh.
penicillin swallowing that, now I have to deal with penicillin allergy because of that. Someone almost trying to kidnap me. Yeah, things like that. It's just, ugh. Yeah.
That's a tough childhood. I empathize. I really do.
Yeah. I mean, I hardly ever talked about stuff like that. I mean, I kept it hidden, a lot of it. I mean, certain things people knew about that I knew, but certain things they didn't know.
I try to couch my childhood stories in humor.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't always come off that way, of course.
Right. I mean,
Traumatic events are traumatic regardless of how you couch them, but I try. So, getting a shotgun pointed at me while I was riding my bicycle down the street
oof.
was,
Yikes. That is.
I try to make it funny, like, oh, he had it wrapped in a bath towel,
Mm,
or something like that, so the cops wouldn't see him or something, and I just kept riding along.
yeah, I get you.
I try to make it funny, but those are real experiences that I had. Getting
Mm-hmm.
hit by a car, right?
Yeah.
That's not a fun experience, but I try to
No,
make it fun. It's
that's
like,
true.
okay, I'll never ride my bicycle against traffic again. Got that.
Yes, I get that because I almost got hit by. Well, I have been in car accidents before where basically the car rear-ended us in the back and everything like that because they saw this bag. Our driver was basically trying to avoid hitting a a bag, and it had gone into her front of her hood before.
Oh, okay.
And so the person behind us assumed we had stopped and everything like that. So what she did was she was slowing down, but the driver behind us assumed we had stopped. But because she did that, she crashed and it went into where I was in the back. So yeah, I mean, I know everybody's
Yeah.
been tough times, but yeah, that was hard. Or when I was with my friend and this bread truck was illegally parked and everything, and guess what? We ended up going forward, and I went backwards after she stopped and everything, and I ended up slamming into my back, and I was like, ouch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
I
yeah.
mean, everybody's had real tough experiences, you know, right? But there are very few of us who can say that my childhood may have been the trigger for my PTSD, right?
Right.
There are very few of us who can say that.
Mm-hmm.
So I try and couch mine in humor, but you were very brave tonight. Absolutely.
Thank you. That was it was hard to open up. It was hard to open up, especially certain parts were really, really hard to open up about for sure. That was
Well, I
hard.
shouldn't say there are few of us. I mean, there are many, many people out there who had traumatic childhoods, and
Of course. Of
but
course.
I think for the most part, you know, you've got the majority of people who had decent, well-bred childhoods, you
Mm,
know, and then
exactly.
there were those of us who had to suffer through childhood.
Yeah, exactly. Childhood was
So
rough. I mean, when people talk about, oh, I love my childhood, I'm thinking, not me, not me. There's parts of it I love, but there's parts of it what I wanted back, not really.
I I know you don't remember firsthand about the LA riots in 1993.
Uh, 1990s. Okay, so that was a time when I was almost kidnapped during that time. I was 8 years old. I remember vaguely and stuff like that. Some of
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was actually there. I was a teenager, of course. I was what, 15 years old, I think.
it. Mm-hmm.
And they literally burned my entire city down around me. I was very lucky
Mm-hmm.
that I had relatives who lived out of Los Angeles. So we were able to load up in the station wagon and drive out of the city. But, you know, a few months later, the race riots started in my high school. And,
Okay.
you know, I'm standing on the sidelines going, hmm, let's see. 70% of my school is Hispanic. 20% of my school is black.
Hmm.
What's that
Yeah.
leave? Oh, all the
Mhm.
rest of us.
Right. I get you.
We were all caught in the middle, you know? It's like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I get that because I know at my high school there was like maybe five of us that were our race, but then everyone else was like either Spanish, African, or non-African kind of thing. And there was like maybe two or three that was maybe Asian kind of thing. I was like, okay, so this is what it's like to be in the minority.
You're not allowed to say that because you're our race.
Exactly, but yeah.
No, I have no idea what it means to grow up in an area where you're judged by the color of your skin. Not a clue.
No,
Never done it
not in my
before in my
neighborhood
life.
per se, that's for sure. But the school, they didn't make me feel bad about it. They tried to. I said, look, I'm not 100% this way. I have this in me and everything. So come on, don't just seem that I'm only one way. Because I have Native American in me, I have Macedonian in me, I have Irish, I have
Oh,
Scottish.
sure. I'm not pure Viking American. I just love the Swedish chef, okay?
Exactly. I wish I could say, yeah, 100% Orvillian.
Hell, even the Vikings aren't 100% Viking.
That's true. But we're all 100% human, I hope.
One would hope. There are those out there that you wonder about sometimes.
That's true. That's true. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's yes, it took courage to share these. It really did. It took a lot of courage to share these because
I am so proud of you. I really am.
thank you.
It takes so much effort to be able to tell those kinds of stories, you
Yeah,
know?
I had to figure out which stories I wanted to share and which ones I didn't want to share, but I went through 8 of the more challenging ones of my life that I think people would be most interested in.
I still love it that you're like, oh God, it's the bridge. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, yeah, I
That
hate
is
that bridge.
bravery right there. That
I'm
is bravery.
I am scared to death of that bridge. I mean, I can be in a car, no problem. I can drive in it, no problem. But walk across that bridge, oh, that bridge scares me so bad.
In
So
order to save someone else, you overcame it and you did what you had to do.
yeah, to save this little kid. I mean, I don't know what happened after he got taken out of my arms when he got off the school bus and everything like that. All I know is that the vice principal looks at me and he mouths the word "thank you" because literally I saved his bacons that day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Because this other kid was following behind us and everything like that. And I said, go back and go get help because I knew he was going to get in trouble because he was a fifth or sixth grader. I said, go back and go get help. And I didn't know how soon that was going to happen, but apparently he went and go told the teacher and said, hey, this kid's wandered off and the volunteers gone after him and everything.
You know, to this day, I'm scared to death of getting into a fight. The
Ooh,
one fight I've actually been in my entire life was in junior high, right?
wow.
And the kid punched me in the face like 4 times.
Ooh.
And I was backed up against the wall. I didn't have anywhere to go, right?
Mm.
So I really didn't have a choice. I could either get beat up or I could fight back. And I fought back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turns out this kid was in a gang.
Oh no.
Yeah. So he went and got one of his friends from another classroom, came out, and the kid punched me in the jaw. I didn't go down. I think he was expecting me to go down because he punched
Mm-hmm.
me in the jaw, right? He was
Right.
expecting me to go down. I didn't go down, but
Right.
I was like, ow.
Yeah, like what the heck was that? Yeah, I remember
So
these
you
two.
mess with my friend, you mess with me. And I go, okay, I won't mess with him anymore. I mean, he
Right.
started it, but whatever.
Mm,
I didn't say that, of course. I was like,
of
okay, no
course not.
problem, man.
Of course not.
I'm
Yeah.
scared I'm scared to death of getting into fights. But to this day, I'll stand between people in a bar.
I
I
mean,
don't mind taking a hit. I really don't.
I don't either. I mean, I had somebody that got into a fight because they kept messing with me, and the girl was saying, "Leave Alicia alone. Leave her alone." She said, "Why? What are you going to do about it?" And then she starts hitting her. And we're in the music room now. I'm learning to play the keyboard and everything like that. And keyboards and chairs and everything is flying around us.
Oh, jeez.
She eventually knocks the girl's glasses off. And she's like, "Oh, can you hand me my glasses back?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, sure." Crunch. She literally steps on
Oh,
the girl's glasses, and the teacher finally broke it up and everything. He says, "Okay, security, we need you in the music room." And everybody's like, "Why do you guys need security in the music room?" Turns out that's why there was a fight going on in the music room.
did you just say that the teacher finally broke it up?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. After
Oh.
I was just like, no. I mean, I see what you're saying, Pepe, but we had a crazy incident, something like that with a shooting. Only it wasn't a shooting; it was a stabbing. A classmate of mine. Now everybody knows who 50 Cent the rapper is, and he was just starting out in 2003,
Right,
2002.
he's a half a dollar, right?
Right, 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 right. So he had that new CD come out and everything, and everybody, I guess, wanted it. And this other kid says, "No, you can't have my new CD." Well, apparently they took it one step too far. So all they did was they took a knife and they stabbed this kid in the neck. And so for the longest, they were checking everybody, kids' school IDs when you came in the door to make sure you were from that school.
Mm, yeah.
But that was intense.
Yeah, there were some deaths at my high school too. As a matter of
Mm,
fact, my cousin got stabbed
oof.
in school. But again, that's it's not. I don't know. It's not something that we talk about because we're not allowed to right now. I guess
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
the fact that we were born with a different skin color means that we had advantages that other kids didn't.
Right.
I guess. Is
I
that
guess.
right? I'm
I guess.
confused because I
I
thought
guess
that
so.
we
I
were
never
all.
had extra special treatment. Anyway, I just said, you know what? I am the way I am because the way I am, pure and simple,
I
not because of.
honestly thought we were all people.
Yes,
You
we are
know?
all people, hopefully, but some
It's the
people.
way I was raised.
That's the way I was raised too. Everybody's people, people, whoever it is, male, whatever. But yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're not allowed to talk about it yet, or
Right.
probably never ever. But
Hmm.
yeah,
But yeah. But no, I always try to treat people the same, whoever you are.
I'd like to think that I do the same, but obviously I've got prejudices that came with me from childhood.
Right.
20 years in the army and 18 years prior to that. You
Hmm.
know, what, 6 years living in a tourist town. It's I like to think that I've gotten over all my prejudices, but obviously there are situations where I have not. So
Right. That's true. That is so true. Because some people get prejudiced over stupid stuff. I'm like, ugh, really?
I know, right? Oh my goodness, my daddy didn't buy me a car. I'm prejudiced now.
Oh, you poor, poor baby. I mean, honestly,
Oh.
they didn't get all prejudiced when because they were like in high school. They said, "Well, you live on this street," like because I think it was gang stuff like that. You live on this street. You live on this street. I just scream at them in my loudest voice. Like, shut up! We all live in the same town. Get over it.
Oddly enough, there were neighborhoods that I would not go into.
I know. I live in one of these neighborhoods where it's like, nope, nope. That's one reason why I'm anxious to get out of this neighborhood.
That's why I love my small town so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just so much fun. I talk to people from all over the world.
Yeah.
Japanese, Chinese, Korean, uh, French, German, Russian. It's every time I go and sing karaoke at the bar, every single time I meet someone from another country.
Oh wow.
I love it. I
Very
absolutely love
cool.
living here.
Very cool.
And we only have stop signs. We don't have any stop lights at all.
Oh, okay. You don't have stop signs. Okay. I guess because the colors mean different things in their countries.
No, no. I universally, I had a multinational driver's license at one point because I was
Okay.
living in Europe for 3 years. So the universal red is stop,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and the universal green is go. It's
Okay.
just which side of the street are you going to drive on?
Oh yeah, left or right. Yeah, which one do you
Yeah,
choose?
that kind of thing, and then plus all the caution signs and stuff. You get used to it. But I mean, tourists come over here for a couple of weeks, right? And they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drive down this road." You are aware that you're not allowed to drive on the left side of the road in our country, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Like pick a side already.
Yeah, no, we get that all the time. It's no big deal. I mean, every single one of us locals is like, we just stop all the traffic behind us and we get out and we go talk to them. And we go, look, there's a turnaround right there. Just go through the parking lot and get on that road. Please stay to the left. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm sorry, stay to the right. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it was challenging, like I said, to talk about these stories tonight because, like I said, it was like, oh, what am I gonna do for this certain video? And I said, you know what? There's certain stories that you guys have probably never heard and you probably been wanting to know. So Share what the heck.
Hey, you know what? If it's cathartic for you,
Mm-hmm.
then it was worth listening to.
Yeah, I think because of these experiences, it's made me stronger than what I was when these happened to me. Some of them are still a little bit raw, but you know what? I think I've grown from it. Like I always tell people, I'm going to be better, not bitter, because the letter
Oh
changed
yeah.
everything. So I mean, I could be bitter and angry about everything that's happened to me and be the victim kind of thing, but I don't view myself as a victim. I just say I'm sorry this happened to me, and hopefully I can tell other people these things that if you've had something similar to you, it was not your fault either.
I know that this is a meme, but I don't mean it to be. It just happens to be
Yeah.
true. My two best friends in the entire world, and I'm talking the entire world,
Mm-hmm.
one is Mexican and one is black. They're
Mm-hmm.
my best friends in the entire world. And trust me, I've been all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't. I never expected this of myself as an adult. I never expected to have to apologize for having friends, you know?
No, you should never have to apologize for who your friends are. No, never.
Well, no, I don't think I should have to. It's just that when I say it, like D'Angelo, we made friends in 2008. Philly, we made friends in 2000, or 1999, I guess, when I came back from Bosnia. Anyway, but that's the thing is I shouldn't have to make those excuses, but I
Mm-hmm.
feel like I should have to make those excuses. They're my best friends. I could call one of them right now and he would talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. You can have your preconceived notions if you want to, but they are my best friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one reason why I reach out to everybody in the community, say, hey, I'm glad to have you guys support. I don't care who you are, where you're from, whatever. You guys are there for me. And I'm always saying thank you. So yeah.
But yeah, the childhood traumas that we all go through, and everybody does go through childhood traumas.
Yes. Yes.
Everybody. I mean, regardless of how rich or poor you are, you go through childhood traumas. Some are worse than others, obviously. But you don't get that special toy for Christmas or something, and that's a trauma for some people.
Oh yeah.
A bullet comes through the roof and ruins your brother's birthday cake. Well, that may not be a trauma for some people.
Right. But yeah, for some others, yeah, like you ruined my whole day, you ruined my whole life. Yes. Yeah, I get
It was
that.
my
I mean,
brother's birthday, so it wasn't that big of a trauma for me.
the trauma for the birthday boy or whatever. Yeah, I get that. Yes. Yes. But yeah, I mean, like I said, my therapy has always been my music, my writing, and people, and also special honey Joe. He's been my special buddy. He's been my special buddy.
Yeah, my camera is still broken. I still haven't
No
bought a new
problem.
one. I would show you Uncle Jerry. He's, 45 years old and missing an eye and he's stained and
Yeah, this guy is 32 years old. So I've had him he'll be 32 at Christmas.
I love Uncle Jerry so much. My daughter had lost a teddy bear. She was 10 years old, I think. And so I handed her Uncle Jerry and I said, "You have to take care of Uncle Jerry. Uncle Jerry is older than I am."
Mm-mm.
And she said, "Oh, okay." And I mean, I was crying. Tears were running down my cheeks. I was like, "I'm
Right.
going to give Uncle Jerry to you. This is this is yours now. You own Uncle Jerry."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm crying my eyes out. And a few weeks later, I find Uncle Jerry on the floor, and one of the dogs has his mouth around it. And I'm like, okay, Uncle Jerry's going back on the shelf.
Yeah, kind of like what's his name, Rupert, when he got chewed up by Brian. Yes, like nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I had that with it's a little puppy dog that I have. Her name is Janet, and she's one of the ones I got when I swallowed the kerosene. And my next door neighbor thought, "Oh, it's so cute. I want your puppy dog. I want your puppy dog and everything." And I said, "No, you can't have my puppy dog," because I didn't. She didn't know the story. I just said, "No, you can't have my little puppy dog and everything like that." And she tried to hide it and put in the bushes and everything like that. And so my mom and I eventually found out what had happened. We went over to her house and talked to her mom and got it back. But yeah, I was always scared if that head came off or something. Like, oh no. So yeah. Because I'm like, no, you don't get this puppy dog. You don't get this puppy dog. You don't get these special things. This one, no. This one, like I said, Honey Joe, you don't get. You don't get my special babies. These are my special ones.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually lost a cat the other day,
Oh.
and he is absolutely distraught. And,
Mm,
I kept looking at him and I kept trying to figure out how can I empathize with someone who
right,
lost a cat?
right,
All of
right.
the losses I've gone through are okay. I don't like pets. I don't want pets.
Mm-hmm.
However, many people think that pets are members of the family, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to think, how can I empathize with this person? Okay, my dad died 20 years ago. I can use that. Oh no, that's terrible. You lost a cat. I
Mm-hmm.
I feel your pain, man. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't really, but I can
Yeah,
pretend that I do.
yeah, exactly. I know what you're saying because I mean, I've only had one pet. That was one of my first memories with our dog, and she died when I was about 3. But I really don't know what it's like when people say, "Oh, I just love my little fur baby," kind of thing. I'm like, okay, they're cute and all, but do they have to be your whole life, kind of thing? But I okay,
Well, one of the things that I find is funny is I've eaten cat and I've eaten dog. I've never eaten human.
please don't, don't. We
I
don't
don't
want
intend
to
to.
performance of
I'm
the
just
Donner Party.
saying.
We don't want to repeat performance of the Donner Party. Don't eat me!
Oh, I'll eat a panda. Well, I would eat a
Oh,
panda if it weren't illegal.
well, don't eat this one. This one's too cute to eat. Don't eat my friend. Please don't eat my husband. He was my husband at one time for pretend when I was a little girl. Had a fake little marriage.
It's. I'm really glad you brought that up. My cousin and I were in my other cousin's
Mm-hmm.
wedding. Yeah, she's my cousin. Okay. I was about to say my aunt's wedding. That's not true. It's my cousin's wedding. We
Mm-hmm.
were there, but we were both 5 years old, Like we were in a wedding at 5 years old. That means we're married.
Oh.
I've been married to my cousin for like 38 years.
Let's see. I've been married to him for about 32 years. So he is my pretend husband for 32 years. He even has a voice. Hello there. Nice to meet you, Mr. CCTV.
For some reason, my cousin is not very happy with that joke when I made it to her current fiance. Like, you're
Let's
marrying my wife, eh?
Well, unfortunately, I was not loyal and true to him because I married 2 others. When I I was little, one was one of my schoolmates, and one was one of my like babysitters' little boys.
Yeah, I only made the mistake of marrying once.
Yeah, but in
Oh
real life,
no, no, okay. Um, if my children are listening, it was not a mistake.
yeah. But was the cousin one a mistake, or was it just one of those things?
No, it's just one of those things. It's still fun for me to laugh about.
Yeah, that's something you can laugh about. Like I said, I can laugh that I was married to my teddy bear. No, I don't eat dog. I don't eat dog,
I
Pepe.
don't currently eat dog. It just happened to be the cuisine on the menu.
Right, exactly.
I'm not even sure if I knew what kegolgi was when I ate it.
Right, you're probably just thinking, okay, that sounds exotic. I'll try
Oh,
it.
kegolgi. Awesome. It's on a freaking skewer, and they're cooking it on a barbecue, and it smelled so good. I was like, yum, 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 yum.
Yeah,
Later, I found out that
then
it was
after once you try
dog. I
it,
was
it's
like,
like,
well, still tasted good.
yeah, but yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Animals are animals and people are people, and I'm not going to confuse the two.
Yeah. But would I say, am I still married to him? No, no. Honey Joe, he's always going to be my good buddy, but my husband, he's not my husband anymore. He's not my husband anymore, but he is special. I've never, like I said, I've never get rid of him. He has gone through a lot of dirt and stuff over the years. He looks pretty good, like I said, for 34 years, 32 years
Yeah,
old. He
I'm
looks good.
afraid. I'm afraid Uncle Jerry does not look that good.
See, I take good care of my babies.
Well,
Unfortunately, my baby doll's a different story.
I didn't even know Uncle Jerry was still there until I went down to Phoenix to take care of my mom last year.
Oh, wow. What are they thinking? Wait, who's
You
this?
know,
Oh, hello.
I opened my box. My mom had a box for each one of us kids, right? And I opened my box and I saw Uncle Jerry and I went, "Oh my God, it's Uncle Jerry!"
Trying to think of what? I thought we got rid of you.
I can't believe you kept Uncle Jerry, Mom. And she went, "Well, of course I did."
Like, why would I get rid of that thing? Yeah, it's too sentimental. I totally get that one. But yeah, I got my little baby. She is actually 35.
Oh, wow.
But her leg is coming off, poor baby. One of her legs comes off, unfortunately.
I would love to say that my son still has one of his baby dolls, but we've moved so many times since he was born. I'm not sure that he does.
Okay, well,
Although he
unfortunately,
might.
I've
I
had her
mean,
a long time.
here's the funny thing. When my son was a year and a half old, I'd put a train in front of him and he'd be like, "Ugh."
Like, what's that?
Put a baby doll in front of him, he'd pick her up and walk all over the house with her and, feed her and everything. Like, okay, well, you like baby dolls, no problem.
Yeah, that's kind of like that. What was it? That episode of Family Ties where he was helping taking care of the babies and all that kind of. I'm like, so what? Let him play with the. But the thing is, if he's doing it on an ongoing basis after a certain age, it's like,
Oh, no, I think last year he was into photography and this year he's into, I don't know, video game design or something like that. I don't really follow. Although
yeah,
I'm sure he still has his stuffed animals from when he was a kid.
right,
So I'm absolutely positive he has one of the baby dolls we got him when he was a baby.
okay,
Just don't know which one.
gotcha.
So it's that thing where you try and force someone
Yeah,
into
then
a
they get more
role,
defiant. Yeah, like
right?
wait a minute
It's like,
here. No.
okay, my daughter was 10 when she came to live with me,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, okay, well, I've got two rules in my house: don't smoke my cigarettes and don't drink my wine.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my two rules. And maybe I should have made a third rule: don't piss me off.
Well, that's kind of like the unspoken rule, I guess.
You would think so, right? But when she turned 11, she had a best friend, same age. They were both 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked in one day to her bedroom. I mean, I knocked first and
Right,
then
of course. You're not going to
opened
just
the
barge
door
in, of
and walked
course.
in because, she's 11. What am I going to see?
Right, exactly. Because, yeah, okay, she just developing.
Well, it turns out that when you let her best friend sleep over and her best friend thinks she's pansexual at 11 years old,
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
her best friend convinced her that she was bisexual. I was like, Elizabeth, have you had your first period? No. Then tell
Yeah,
me again after you've had your first period whether you're bisexual or not, okay?
right. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
really? I mean, God almighty, what kind of world are we living in now?
I know. I know. I mean, I know I was teaching Sunday school for this one little kid, and all he was into was baby dolls, baby dolls, baby dolls. And I said, well, why don't you want to play with the cars and trucks? I'm just kind of curious because he's 5 years of age and everything. And he says, because they don't go as fast. I says, and I'm thinking to myself, have you ever heard of a thing called use your imagination? And he's like, oh, well, no, I still want to play with the baby dolls because you can do so much more. You can dress them and stuff. I'm like, okay. That's a little disturbing, but yeah.
It's not really disturbing though.
But I
I
mean,
mean,
the way he was doing it, like I said, he didn't want to try any of the boy stuff. You see.
well, no, that again, that's fine. It depends on the environment and the mentality and the ability
Yeah,
of the
I mean, I
person that
understood why he
you're,
did it
you're
because, like I said, he was around
yeah.
because
Like
his mom was a single mom and stuff. So yeah.
I actually taught my wife how to change a diaper.
Okay.
I mean, we were in our 20s when we had our first child, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, I taught her how to change a diaper and she was like, "Oh, I'm the greatest babysitter."
Yeah,
What
I learned how
age
to do change
children did
diapers
you
when I was.
babysit?
I think I was 7 or something when I first because I started taking care of little kids when I was around 7.
I knew how to change a diaper when I was 10, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
well, first of all, they're not that difficult to begin with.
Oh, they're not that hard. They're not
Even
that
the
hard.
cloth ones that you have to use baby pins on,
Yeah.
they're really not that difficult. But we had the Velcro ones. It was like,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
are you really freaking out about how to change a diaper right now? Just relax. I got this. I'll show you. Here, come here. And I
Yeah,
showed her how
hand
to
me the
change a
diaper and watch
diaper.
the master at work, right?
Like, for God's sake. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah, because I had to learn how to do it because I was babysitting a lot and so I had to learn how to change diapers pretty quick. That was actually one of my first jobs was a babysitter.
Pepe, if you've never had to eat sloth before, please stop suggesting animals because sloth is the worst meat I've ever tasted in my entire life.
Yeah, but yeah, some people do eat porcupine because there's a food distribution near me, and the pastor was saying, you should try porcupine meat because it's actually sweet and tender. And so I was like, no, thank you. I don't want porcupine.
Sorry. Okay. I didn't understand the joke. I apologize, Pepe.
It's all good, Pepe. So yes.
You go out on a survival training exercise, right? And you haven't eaten in like 3 days.
Yeah.
You'll eat anything you can catch.
Yeah, as long as it's not pinned down to the ground. Yeah,
Oh my God. Skunk tastes better than freaking sloth.
oh,
As long as you don't let the skunk spray you.
then you just take a tomato juice bath for life.
Ay, ay, ay.
But yeah. But yeah. Yeah, she's a little rough on the edges. I was just trying to put her legs back on, folks. That's why I went off camera because I didn't want her legs and everything to be seen. I was trying to give her a little bit of decency.
Oh my God. Alicia dismembered a little baby doll. Dang it. That ain't right.
Yeah. Well, she's 35 years old, folks. I've had her since I was 1 year old. So,
That is one old baby.
yep, and she's never grown any hair. That's why my mama got her for me because she says, I don't want her choking on the hair. So my mama said, you know what? I know the way babies are. They're going to stick stuff in their mouth. Guess what? If there's no hair, guess what? No problem.
You know, I didn't have any hair when I was born.
I had very little. I had
And
very
then I grew a great, big, beautiful blonde locks. I mean, they were gorgeous, right?
mm,
So when I was 18 years old, all the girls were like, oh my God, he's so gorgeous because he's got these beautiful blonde locks. And then I joined the army and they took the clippers to my head and I found out that I had the receding hairline.
mm-hmm.
I started shaving my head. I haven't had hair since. So
Yep. Yep. Fortunately for us females, we don't have to worry about them shaving our head too much. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Exactly what you're talking
there
about.
was like a 17-year period there where I had the best hair you could ever want.
Mm-hmm. I get you. I get you. But yeah, my hair was very thin when I was a baby. Very, very thin. But yeah, let's see if I can find one of those baby pictures of it. I think I have it on my Facebook. I'll see if it's on there. But oh my word, my baby me is not the same as what I am now because my hair was not the same as it is now. It was a totally different color, folks. It wasn't the same color.
You know, squirrel meat's not bad. Squirrel meat is actually pretty good, but it's not sold commercially. So
Oh
you
yeah, yeah.
actually you have to glove the squirrel yourself, which I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
going
One of
to
my cousins,
explain
she
gloving
loves
a squirrel.
squirrel.
If you don't know what it is, don't look it up.
Yeah, my cousin, she loves squirrel meat.
Squirrel meat's not bad, actually. It's pretty good.
My dad actually had a pet squirrel, but yeah, this is one of my first baby pictures, folks. Because you have a very thin baby hairline.
You're a very tall baby. Oh no, you're the one in the arms.
Yes, that's the little me.
Oh,
You
got
know,
it. Okay.
yeah, little baby me. Yeah, there's a little bit bigger one. As you can see, my baby doll Jane looks a little bit like her. The
Oh,
pictures.
see that. There you go.
Yeah, that's little me. Waving a little fist. She does not look happy. That's not. I was not a happy baby picture. Like, nope, put me down, you. Put me down, mister.
Well, I have my pictures around here somewhere on a thumb drive,
Yeah,
I
but
think.
as you
But
guys see, I had a very
yeah.
small hairline and everything. I was such a teeny baby. Yeah, my hairline was, like I said, very thin at first, but then it got thick.
You got so lucky. Actually, honestly, I remember the days when I spent 20 minutes trying to fix my hair. So I'm kind of glad I don't have any anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I can roll out of bed and skip the mirror.
Yep. But yep, my hair is very thick, folks. My hair is very, very thick. But I've always had that wave. I always had that wave since I was a baby. I still have that wave today. So yeah, because my hair is curly on the ends when it's very short, but now that it's longer, you can't see the wave as much.
Hmm. Well, these days, if I want to really impress someone, it takes me about 20 minutes to shave my head, but I do with the grain and then against the grain and then,
Oh yeah.
rinse everything off, dry it off, make sure I don't have any spots and,
Mm-hmm.
hit those spots. And, like bald for me is like bald, like a baby's butt bald. That's how close I shave it if I'm trying to impress someone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, looks
If
like
I'm
we got
just
someone
trying
else.
to if I'm just trying to get the hair off, it's like, get the hair off. It's
Yep.
fine.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Wise guy.
Good. What's up? What's up? What's up?
You know,
Yeah. I guess you
yeah,
just
you
missed the
made fun of
stories. You
me
missed all the
last
stories we
time, but
told. I told earlier.
I did call you whiz jizz for a while.
Well, a lot of people do, which is fine. I don't mind. It's pretty funny. Everybody,
Yeah.
please smash that like button if you would. Like, comment, subscribe. Mark the bell for notifications if you would. For her channel.
Please. Yeah. I'm trying to get those watch hours up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because last time I checked, it was about 761. So it's trickling.
Ooh, you're getting there.
Not bad.
Yep.
The trick is being consistent and putting out a lot of content.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my problem with my channel is uh, being so irregular. I don't have
Okay.
consistency. And
Gotcha.
Yeah.
just when I was close to hitting my watch hours, they started dropping again because
Oh no.
it's 4,000 public watch hours in a 12-month period, the last 12 months.
Mm.
So as you move forward in time, of course, it starts to drop all the hours from before the 12 months, if you will.
I don't know if I've said this on your stream before, Alicia. I do this as a hobby.
Yeah.
So I totally understand why you guys are striving to do things and put out content 2 or 3 times a week, and you got to do it, and you got to get the watch
Mm-hmm.
hours up, and you got to get the subscribers and things like that. I don't care. I'm stuck at like 240 subscribers, and I'm like,
See, I
I'll put
have
out
the
content when I
subscribers.
feel like it.
See, I have the subscribers. It's just the hardest part is the watch hours. The watch hours is just what kills me.
It's the opposite for me.
Yeah. Well, I've got 3 major streams each year, right? And that's,
Yes.
Memorial Day. Unfortunately, I didn't do 4th of July this year because I was way drunk this year. 4th of July, I really was. And then Veterans Day. So
Okay. Yeah.
those are my 3 big streams that people actually tune into. I added a 4th 9/11, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I've added that one. But I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I came on YouTube to make money. I came on YouTube to
Mm-hmm.
make friends.
That's cool. That's a good reason to do it.
So I'm really happy with the group of friends I've made here on YouTube. And I
Yeah.
keep expanding too. It's like, last year I had friends that I don't even remember having had last year. But they're still on my subscriber list.
Mm-hmm.
weird.
Very, very. See, I joined YouTube as kind of like a joke kind of thing back in 2006. It was like, okay, what the heck is this YouTube thing and everything like that? It was like, okay, it's supposed to be like America's Funniest Videos thing, right? No,
Yeah,
wrong.
not quite.
A little bit more intensified. You get the weirdos and the kookies and everything in between.
That was kind of the early years of YouTube, where it was
It
like
was.
the Wild
It
West,
was.
and they just threw anything out there.
They
if
did.
There you go.
if I
There was a lot of
understand, it's a
cat
lot
videos.
more
There was a whole bunch of
regulated
cat videos
now.
at the very beginning.
It's a lot more regulated now, if I understand
Very
correctly.
much so.
It is. Because at first they needed to have where you could do video responses and they could also do the 5-star ratings, 4-star ratings, 3-star rating, 2, 1. So yeah, it was
Holy cow!
intense. So I mean that was pretty kind of cool in its own way, but I don't really miss that.
I'm kind of glad they didn't have those ratings when I made my drunk streams.
Oh my word! If they had done that during those, they'd probably say it 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. I don't know why I'm watching this.
You know, it's really great. A few weeks ago, I go back and forth between insomnia and narcolepsy. It's part of the disease I have to live with. You know, it's no big deal. But I was drinking and insomniac at the same time. So it was a very bad combination. And one day I just came into the room and turned on the computer and threw up a video. I was like, I wonder who's going to show up. I think that's what I titled it.
Mm-hmm.
There were like 15 people there within 20 minutes.
Wow.
And I didn't advertise, and it was a spur of the moment thing. Right. So most people, you get the half-hour notification and then, they go live and all that stuff. And it wasn't that. I mean, I literally just threw up the StreamYard and went, okay, let's do it. And I started ranting, and within 20 minutes, there were 15 people watching this or with me on the stream. I was like, oh my God, this is the best community ever. You guys rock. I was really in a bad place that night. So
yeah, my first live stream was on New Year's Eve. I was looking for something to do and I started doing it late at night, and I didn't know what I was doing because I just found out about what StreamYards was, and I invited my friend United Comics, and then it started saying, okay, let's try more live streams. Let's try this. Let's try that. Let's try watch parties. Let's try this.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here it is, 1,100 videos later. Here we go.
I'm still going through it myself. As a matter of fact, I haven't decided if I want to be a cook or a pop culture analyst or a, whatever. I'll just do whatever.
The crazy thing is, Social Blade calls mine a gaming channel, but right now I've been doing everything but gaming.
Oh, I haven't played video games since 1980.
On YouTube, I'm considered an entertainment channel. On Twitch, they call it podcast or talk show.
Oh, mine too. Yes, because I'm always doing watch parties. I'm like, well, not quite.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to choose like one genre. I mean, some people do, and maybe it's for the benefit. Like,
right.
If you're at all familiar with Star Wars theory,
yes,
he's got his bread and butter is Star Wars, but then he's got a channel for is it the Orville or
yes,
and I think he's got a third channel, and that's for another popular series. I can't remember.
I think it's the Stargate one, probably the Stargate.
Really? Oh,
there's Stargate. There's Orville, which I follow very, very much. Everybody will tell you that.
Everybody knows you follow Orville.
Well, if I didn't follow Orville, what would I be known for then? Let me ask you that then.
Orville.
Orville.
See, you
Yeah.
I'm actually writing a script right now to review the movie Infinite.
Okay.
You've heard of it?
I don't remember it.
Infinite is the movie where they have reincarnations, right? And usually when they hit puberty, they remember their reincarnations.
Oh.
In this case, a guy got into a car accident with his parents when he was a child, so a metal plate was put in his head. It blocked his memory of his reincarnations. And so he becomes an adult. It's a really good movie. It really is. But the bad guy is kind of, paper thin.
Oh.
Like, I'm going to destroy the world because I'm mad. Well,
typical villains, so mad I'm going to take over the world.
Yeah, but I'm going to do one of those reviews where it's like, okay, I like this movie. I thought it was fun, enjoyable. I like the concept. I'm going to try and fix the villain so that there is a reason why he is intent on destroying the world. He's not Lex Luthor. He has a reason for destroying the world. It's just not a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make a good reason for him. So that's the review I'm writing right now, and it's taking me like 3 days. It's driving me crazy. And then I got to find someone to film it for me while I do the review, and then I got to find someone to edit it for me and all that stuff. And
or you can edit it.
I can. I do have editing software.
And it is a pain in the neck because I edit and I write. I do it all basically. It's hard.
Have I mentioned that I'm lazy?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can't afford to be lazy as much as I want to be lazy. Nope. It's like it keeps pushing me. It keeps screaming me. You left something undone. You didn't do it all.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, going back to that topic about channels and focus, like if you look at that Star Wars girl, she's got her main channel where she critiques pop culture news, and then she's got another channel which is Star Wars girl live, where she offloads all the super long streams like the Jack Show, because streams unfortunately are counterproductive in YouTube and their algorithm. And then she has a third channel where she covers all her art because she's a painter, a traditional painter.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure a lot of people would classify the way I'm handling my channel the wrong or the wrongest way to do it. But a chunk of my channel right now is promoting indie comics. The next large chunk will be covering pop culture and stuff, and my favorite IPs growing up as a kid. And then outside of that, I have this segment where I literally just sing karaoke songs. And then I have another one where it's mild level mukbang, where, I grab some like Asian food and I try it. Or like, have you ever seen those little pot meals?
Yeah, I've seen those. Yes.
Yeah, aren't they strangely therapeutic?
For some reason, it makes me ravenously hungry.
For anyone who's not familiar, they're these tiny little box kits that allow you to make "quote unquote" food, right? So let's say you want to make donuts or you want to make sushi. Well, it comes in all these individual packets of powder, and it comes in plastic trays. All these little plastic trays that you carefully cut into the right sizes, and those pieces of plastic form all your utensils, all your trays, all your pans, and everything is like miniaturized, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you follow the instructions. You know, it's kind of like building a Lego set where it's pictures, and you just add water in most cases to, you know, powder. And then before you know it, you've got this little meal at the end, right?
Sorry. I know it's science fiction. Got it. Science fiction become reality. Got it.
Uh,
I'm a traditional French cook.
LA cuisine.
I like cuisine.
Me like the food. Me like the cuisine. The baguettes.
You know,
Uh,
I know how to bake and I know how to cook and I know how to
Oh, I know how to cook too because I have cooking videos on my channel, but it's very basic stuff. But I can do
not the miniature way though.
No, not the miniature way. I can guarantee you I don't know how to do that.
They've gotten so wild where you could get like, I guess there's carbonated water and the flavorings for the sugar colored flavorings for sodas, and you could have a little soda dispenser.
Oh yeah. I have one of those, the Soda Stream machine. Yes, I have one of those.
Yeah, no, my ex made me buy one of those once.
I got one from a free food distribution. And people said, "Can you soda it?" They put different things in it, like milk, pickle juice.
Oh dear. Oh, soda.
You know, you can put anything you want into it. Basically, just carbonizing the water.
Yeah.
I mean, really?
Everything's you should not make into soda.
Oh, golly, I'm making bubbly water. Guess what? I can buy bubbly water in the store. I can add any flavor I want to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can have garlic bubbly water if I want to.
Yeah, if you want bubbly farts everywhere.
Yeah, but it's a crack up sometimes. I'm actually interested in picking up some of those kits from like Amazon or something.
Nice.
Because there's like a McDonald's branded one. So you make all the little cartons for the fries, for the hamburger, and for
That would be absolutely hilarious. You know what? You should contact me on Twitter. Send me a DM or something like that, and I will make fun of you while you do it.
Oh, please do. I've got a small group of videos for that section.
Nice.
I've tried a few foods, so yeah, it's called Grubbin' on the One.
Ooh,
And
okay.
I will, in fact, wear my Swedish Chef avatar while I make fun of you.
Well, these are usually pre-recorded videos, but I'm overdue for a number subscriber celebration. So maybe I'll do a live stream where I'm making a few of these items.
No, you don't have to. I was just saying.
Well,
you know.
I need more content. I got to create more content.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I've got this big old long list of things that I plan on making videos of, but just haven't gotten to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a list of certain ones I need to.
Yeah.
I have to work on.
I used to write down my list, and then it got so long, I just threw the list away and forgot everything.
Well, I have mine's a very short list, basically. So I basically have to do a review for a video game, and then I have to tell everybody how I do my reface videos and everything like that.
Oh.
And I said, "How do you do your reface videos?" Because D.D. Meyer said, I said, "Oh, okay, sure." So yeah, I have my small little list.
Yeah, I considered playing around with Reface, but I don't know.
It's fun. It's fun.
I'm still contemplating what to do with it exactly.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun because I have over 200 videos of that. And I mean,
Oh my gosh! Wow, that's wild.
I just have so much fun with that because everybody says like, "Oh my god, that's scary the way how much you look like that character."
You mean they're not saying, "Hey, what, Alicia? I don't remember you starring in that movie."
Sir was have said that in mine. Sir was because the Leia one, everybody kept saying, is that you or is that Leia? Because I had my glasses off and everything like that.
You doubled for Carrie Fisher. All
I
right.
do.
There you go. There you go. Right there.
I was like, Carrie Fisher? Me? I won't throw away the list. I promise, Chloe. I won't throw away my list. I have my list.
I mean,
have,
I
like,
had so many recipes on that list that I was supposed to make into videos. I was like, yeah, that would take me forever. Okay, I'll just cook what I want. And I still haven't put out a cooking video since the shrimp scampi.
So
I
you're
haven't done a cooking in a while.
you're
Here,
classically.
I'll show you guys the Leia one, and you tell me, is this Leia or is this me?
Oh yeah, I'd like to see this.
Yeah, I went to Arizona Culinary Institute
Of the arts at CIA.
Okay, here we go.
I know there was a CIA in
Arizona
California.
Culinary Institute. ACI is
ACI.
where I went. Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it. I don't like this.
There you go.
Who is that? Is that Leia or me?
It looks like you had your glasses on still.
Yeah, that one I did. Let's see, the other one.
Yeah, I was gonna say Slave Leia looks a little weird.
You're
Yeah.
a nerd.
But yeah, I mean, I tell people I have a 6-month degree from a culinary institute, and they're like, "Oh wow, you're a chef," and I go, "No, I'm a cook."
See, there's another one. So yeah, it's like crazy how much I look like her.
Yeah.
I do, in fact, actually make my own recipes, but I don't run a restaurant, so I am literally just a cook. I'm not a chef.
Yeah, I run my own. I have my own recipes because anybody says that if you modify it yourself, it's your own recipe. I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, everything's been cooked already, right? I mean, you could come up with some weird stuff. Like there's a guy who freeze dries meat for like 6 months and then shaves it into a dish. It's like, okay, I choose not to eat at your restaurant. And then there are other restaurants where, you know, you've got a $500 sundae, right? Where, you know, half the cost is in the gold leaf that you're eating.
Yeah. Or
okay,
like a steak filet mignon coated in truffles.
right? Yeah, I mean, okay, I get it. Truffles taste all right.
It's overhyped.
They really are just mushrooms to me. I don't want to eat truffles. I don't want to eat mushrooms.
Miss Watchtower
I don't want to eat radishes. I'm like, ugh.
radishes are good.
I mean, if they're thinly sliced and I don't have to taste them and know what they are, sure. But if I know what it is, ew.
Well, you know what's cool is if you cut off the green tops and you leave them whole, and then you just let them sit in a container of water in the fridge, and it seems to enhance the heat of them, and it's really cool.
I guess I don't like the bitter. I think that's what it is. I don't like the bitterness because it's so strong. I'm like,
you know that in Europe, beets were the first sugar, right? I mean, you had honey, of course, but you could distill the beet juice down into sugar. That was the first sugar. They didn't discover sugar cane until they came to the New World, and that became a luxury item in Europe. Like refined sugar was a luxury item in Europe for a couple hundred years, and then of course it became mass produced. It's still mass produced today, of course, and I wouldn't cook a damn thing without sugar if I could get away with it.
So
anyway, Oh, you guys know the difference between dry aged beef and wet aged beef?
I used to. I
What?
thought that. No, I can't remember now.
Well, they're cured for the same amount of time,
Mm-hmm.
but a dry aged beef section, and you can't do it with a single steak. You just can't do it. Period. It'll ruin the entire steak. So you can't do it with that, but you can do it with an entire beef section. So you can dry age an entire beef section for 21 days, and it hangs in a refrigerated area. It has to maintain like 45-degree Fahrenheit and like 14% humidity, something like that. So you lose about 40% of the meat, though, because
Oh.
it really does rot.
Oh.
But you get that relaxed muscle fiber, and you get the flavor that just kind of drilled its way in to the
Okay.
meat over that 21 days. The difference between dry aged beef and wet aged beef is that in wet aged beef, you can do it with a single steak.
Oh.
Right.
So you throw it into a Ziploc bag with salt water, and you throw it in the bottom drawer of your refrigerator for 21 days. You pull it out, you throw it on the grill, flip it over 7 minutes later, pull it off the grill 7 minutes later, and you're going, oh my God, I've had this steak before, I'm pretty sure. But I paid a whole hell of a lot more for it.
Okay, I was mistaken. It wasn't a video; it was an actual picture. I have to show you guys the picture. Where is this Carrie Fisher or is this someone else? I was mistaken. I was thinking it was a video, but no, it's a picture. You guys tell me, who is that? Is that Carrie Fisher or is that somebody else?
John Hammond? What's John Hammond doing?
That's pretty close to Carrie.
Isn't it?
Very close to Carrie.
And that's me without my
Absolutely.
glasses. That's me without my glasses, folks. That is actually me. I can assure you that is me.
So the big question here is, did this version of Leia give Chewie a medal?
She should have. She should have.
Well, she should answer that question.
I would do it for sure. I would do it for sure. But yeah, I mean, I have more picture. don't have as many pictures. Because there's the slave Leia. I have the slave Leia one too.
You're
But
glutton.
it looks so weird. She looks so wrinkly in the face. It does not look right. It's like, oh no.
I shall return.
Alrighty. But yeah, that's true. I would be known for the Orville stuff, even if it wasn't Orville.
Well, I need to. Well, I've got a bunch of stuff, IRL stuff going on.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for coming out. I appreciate you.
No. I don't mean right this minute. I'm just saying in general. So there's some other things I want to do to work on my channel.
See, that's me, a slave.
Now, this is a still, isn't it? It's not
Yeah,
a
it is.
video
It's
clip?
still, yeah, it's the image, but basically, yeah, because I was just starting out with the gifts and stuff.
All right.
Yep.
Do they charge a fee for the service? Or?
The one I'm using doesn't, because they say, do you want ads and stuff? I say, yeah, sure. What the heck? I can deal with the ads while I'm waiting. But yeah.
So after you.
It's so disturbing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's Luke with Yoda on his back.
Yes, I'm supposed to be Luke in that one.
Or rather, Alicia Luke.
Yes. Yeah.
So, all right, now what's that from? Is that a fire engine in the background?
Could be. That's Smallville, though, from the show Smallville.
Oh, Smallville. Okay.
And that's Chloe Sullivan. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoops.
Uh,
Oh man.
where was I last night?
I think that's Princess Buttercup. This one is.
Ah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
She looks like Princess Buttercup a little bit more. You can see it.
Miss
The three
White.
witches. Somebody said you should do the three witches. What you would look like in Hocus Pocus. So I said, okay, I'll try all three of them.
That's you in all three places?
Yes, that's all three witches. So yes.
What do? Like, you find the image and then they've got.
Makes it look like that particular person.
And then you upload a photo of yourself into each of the spots.
Yeah, you just swap it out. You say who you want to swap out. Like for this one, let's see if I can find it real quick. Like with Chris Pine, I just said.
Oh my gosh. This is from the first Wonder Woman, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Miss Watchtower says mushrooms are gross. No, they aren't.
Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, I have returned.
Yeah.
And we have Jenny on the screen. Jenny from Forrest Gump. Or who is this Jenny?
Oh, Jenny.
Jenny, you should come home with me to Alabama.
Good one.
Kelly from Orville. I loved her hairstyle, so I said, you know what, let me just try that.
Just a simple man. But I know what love is. Oh my gosh, wow. Good job.
Wow.
That one was turned out really good. Yes.
That is really
good. The early ones were really crazy, the way they did the Padme one.
Oh, did you do various Padme ones where you're in the gowns?
Yeah, I did that one. You're breaking my heart. Then I did Kelly again.
You're breaking my heart, Anakin.
Yes. Tala from Orville again.
I miss Tala.
Did she get killed off or something? Or written out of the show?
No, she's still on there.
Oh, okay.
There's
Am I thinking of the wrong security officer?
Yeah, you're thinking of Alara.
Alara. I miss Alara. Alara was so much fun to watch.
Yep. Ray. Let's see. Oh yeah, Hillary from Lady Antebellum.
Oh, really? Oh, all right. So they do it for even musical performers.
Mm-hmm. They got it for whatever has a GIF out there. You can just basically make it. So
oh. Do I get to be Jeff Castellucci? You know, can you reface me as Jeff Castellucci?
Well, you'd have to send me the picture of you, and then I could put it in there if they have it in the app.
There you go.
Some of the things are a little freaky. Like what? Because they did me from It's a Wonderful Life. They did me as Mary from that one. I have to show you that one. Let's see if I can find that one. Oh,
nah. Just, you know, if I can't sing bass myself,
you want the moon, Mary? I'll get you the moon.
I'm not gonna be pretending that I'm the best bass singer in the world if I can't sing bass myself.
You're all about the bass, no treble.
No treble. All about the bass, no treble.
Miss Watchtower says, I miss Alara too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Watchtower. I thought I was the only one who missed Alara.
I've never seen the Orville series. What is it on it's on a streaming service, right?
Just hold on 1 second. 1 second before we answer that.
It's on Hulu and Amazon.
How did you become friends with Alicia prior to knowing about Orville?
There we go. Mary from It's a Wonderful Life.
It is on Hulu, by the way.
Which is owned by
Yes.
Disney.
But
my-
yes, I've known Miss Watchtower for a long time. Me and Miss Watchtower go back. I call her Chloe. We go back to over 15 years.
oh my gosh! Wow. That's
Mary, Mary.
So yeah. Mary! Mary, who's at the phone? He's making mad love to me, mother.
What did
Oh,
you
man.
do to me, Clarence? What did you do to me?
that's a classic movie.
Oh man.
What movie are we talking about?
We were talking about It's a Wonderful Life. Daddy, teacher says every single time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Look at me. I'm making angels. Bing, bing, bing. I'm making angels. Bing, bing.
Oh man. I'm hitting out like wings. We go ding, 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 ding.
Seriously, what movie are we talking about?
It's a Wonderful Life.
Okay, I should have said seriously, not seriously, but funnier my way.
Oh my word. But yeah, that was a good movie.
Have you ever seen Yankee Doodle Dandy?
Most of it, yes, I
Yeah,
have.
James Cagney as George Cohan, right?
Right.
Oh my God, I watched that movie every single year for 20 years.
Wow.
Did you ever see Brigadoon?
I have seen it. I don't remember it that well.
It's a good one. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. I hate to say it like that, but it's an oldie, but a goodie. It's underrated musical.
My mom used to rail against the colorized version of Yankee Doodle Dandy. You know, it was
I
like,
have that one. Because I saw that one. Let's see. I've seen The Music Man, obviously. I've seen that one. Sound of Music.
well, of course you've seen The Music Man. 76 trombones in the big parade.
We got trouble right here in River City, folks. And it starts with T, and that stands for Peter. Stands for Pooh. You can tell I've seen that musical.
What? What musical? What are we talking about?
Oh, Mr. CCTV.
I have often walked on this street before, but the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. All at once am I several stories high. I mean, what? I know the song, but I don't know what musical it's from.
My Fair Lady.
Audrey Hepburn.
Yes, and Rex Harrison. Wouldn't it be lovery? All I want is to sit in the chest.
You know, when I hit puberty and we watched My Fair Lady, I discovered girls for the first time.
Oh, okay. Okay, you got an eyeful with her. Oh, nurse.
To this day, if a woman walks up to me and looks like Audrey Hepburn, I go, "Oh my God, I'm in love with you." Okay, sorry.
See, if I were to see someone like Captain Von Trapp from The Sound of Music,
there you go.
He can say something. He can sing something good to me anytime.
I mean, I'm a man. Football, baseball, and stuff.
Yeah, because I did a school paper in school comparing the real life Von Trapp to the movie one. I said it's not the same.
Oh, the movie one is a lot better.
Yeah, did you ever see the one that they did on Saturday Night Live about what the deleted scenes?
Oh God, I think I've seen that sketch before. Yeah.
Yeah, with Greta with the laser eyes.
Right. Hey, eyes. Hey.
Or the deleted scene, so called, what was it, from Gone with the Wind or something? I was like, oh no. Or the Wizard of Oz.
As God is my witness, I shall never go
hungry again. I'm like, it's just a freaking carrot, Scarlett. It's just a carrot. Just wipe off the dirt and move on. Sheesh, diva.
Yeah, really.
I mean, I like Melanie more than I did Scarlett. Honestly, I felt like Scarlett was so mean to Melanie. I'm like, Melanie.
Oh, Scarlett was the epitome of a belle. You know.
Oh,
like, oh please.
She was a diva.
Ugh.
She's like, oh my God, Ashley. I'm like, no. No.
I mean, what movie were we talking about? Because
we went from Gone with the. How do we do that?
I heard something about bells.
Oh man, we went from. Oh lordy.
When I heard Belle, I thought you guys switched to Beauty and the Beast.
Live action or cartoon?
Yeah, way better than the live action one.
Because it does matter. Renee Auberjonois is a much better actor.
Yes.
A much better actor. Yeah.
And Jerry Morbach as Lumiere.
Lumiere. Be our guest, be our guest, to pull a top.
Put our service to the test. Be our guest, try the great stuff, it's delicious.
Just ask the dishes. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've sang these tunes.
See, I grew up watching Disney.
I mean, what? No, man, manly man.
But the one that is crazy. You know how Fantasia is supposed to put you to sleep?
I'm a man in tights. Tights.
Fantasia never put me to sleep.
Oh, I love Fantasia. Fantasia 2000, you can... But Fantasia? Oh, my God. That was...
The dancing hippos and the little pink tutus.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend that I'm like manly man, work out in the gym all the time. Kind of... I love musicals. I really do. I went and saw Aladdin on opening night at Mann's Chinese Theater in Hollywood.
Oh, wow.
And they had a live action crew that were up in the balconies, and they were doing some of the numbers before the movie started. Oh my God, it was one of the best experiences of my life.
Nice.
I mean, I've done stage productions, I've done musicals and stuff, but the thrill that I got from singing in a choir or having a bit part in a play or something like that, the thrill of that did not compare to the thrill of showing up at Man's Chinese on opening night for Aladdin and seeing everybody dancing and singing. Oh my God, it was so much fun. I loved it.
Nice.
Sounds like fun.
That would have been fun. I would have loved to have gone to that theater and check stuff out there for sure.
So I'll give you two choices. Did I see the live version of Aladdin or didn't I?
A modified
Yeah.
version of a live action with mixed with animation.
So the answer is no. I did not go see the live action version.
Correct. You saw the animated one, but the way they did it, they put live people on there to mix it together, right?
Correct. Well, they didn't mix it together. It wasn't like Rocky Horror Picture Show, right? You know, the live actors were just the pre-show basically, and then they opened the curtains and the movie started, and we all went, yeah. It was fantastic.
Nice.
I'm not afraid to say it, man. I love musicals.
I do.
I don't love the current musicals that are out.
They're not as good. No, because the one I liked, which I did, was The Greatest Showman. I did like that.
Oh, The Greatest Showman. I actually own that one, so yeah.
Yeah, I watched one with my mom, but Hamilton.
But honestly, Hugh Jackman's not going to pick a story that he's going to star in that is not good.
True, because he was good in Les Miserables and everything, so I did like it.
Yes.
Because I saw that one in the theater. Everybody says, what? I said, trust me. As a history musical buff, I had to see that.
I actually haven't seen that yet.
Could they have gotten a better Chaubert? Yes, of course they could have.
They could have gotten a little bit better Fontaine as well.
Yeah. But they had the best of all Broadway actors singing Jean Valjean.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes, especially for the 10-year anniversary one. Yes.
I cannot believe I'm straight as an arrow.
Yeah.
I know when I start talking about this stuff, I sound, the left of Marx, right? But it's like,
But
I'm
no,
not. I'm straight
I
as an arrow, man.
But I love musicals myself. Everybody's surprised. I'm like, trust me, I grew up watching musicals. Musicals and Disney. Those were my two go-to.
Yeah, musicals and theater is actually quite entertaining. When I was younger, I did watch the stage production of Les Mis.
Yes.
And I saw Falstaff and a couple other French ones because I was studying French at the time.
Okay, yeah. See, I've seen the original French one because I learned French when I was in school. I was in an immersion school. Basically, we had to learn all of our subjects except for maybe 5, all in French.
Oh my gosh.
So
I may be mistaken on the name of the actor who portrayed the Phantom in the Phantom of the Opera. When I saw it at that famous theater in Los Angeles, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. But that was like 28 years ago, so forgive me if I get the name wrong, but I believe it was Ben Vereen.
Okay, because I know
who
Michael
played the Phantom. Right. I never saw Michael Crawford. I do have the soundtrack, but
I do too. I have almost every version of Phantom of the Opera soundtrack. And
seeing Ben Vereen live as the Phantom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Have you ever seen
my God.
The sequel to it, Love Never Dies, the sequel to Phantom of the Opera?
No, I watched it once.
Yeah, once was enough, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That thing sucked. That's the nicest way I can put it. It sucked.
The Phantom of the Opera is dead because of this.
We wish he was dead. Oh, his broad is dead. And it's all because of Meg. Spoiler alert. Sorry, folks, if you've never seen the movie, I will just say that, yeah, Meg kills Christine.
What? Man, and
Spoilers for a 40-year-old musical.
I was gonna watch it tonight. Oh man.
I just saved you 2 hours. I just saved you a 2-hour trip, my friend. Because it's so cringy.
It is. It's just awful.
I mean, there's like the only song that's really good is the title song, Love Never Dies. The rest of it just no.
That's pretty sad. Oh man.
I mean, honestly.
Remember, it's been a couple of decades since I've seen it.
I mean, the original.
I'm still cringing when I think about it.
Because my mom and I were saying, well, is there a sequel for Phantom of the Opera? We typed it in. We said, okay, sure, we'll get that. She ordered it as like a birthday gift for the two of us. And then we sat down and watched. And we're like, oh, no.
Oh dear.
What did we do? No. Yeah, because I have it right here. Let's see where if I have it where I can get to it. I'm like, oh, God. It's like, no, don't do that.
Regift.
Yeah, that's, you know what? That'd be a great gift to give for a white elephant gift party. Oh my God, the opera. And you put it in the CD player and you go, what the hell?
Yeah. It would be a perfect white elephant gift. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, here it is. I got it right here. Oh my word. Oh, I'm like, oh no, because it's all filmed in Australia.
It would cost you more in shipping to order the DVD.
Oh dear.
Oh, this thing is so bad. It is so bad. But
yeah, I agree with the white elephant idea.
I think it's a brilliant white elephant gift.
Yeah, put this as a secret Santa thing, and you never deny you gave it. Hey,
well, I don't know. It's your secret Santa.
Yeah. Ooh, it looks like Love Never Dies. Ooh, this looks. No. Nope. Nope. I just chunked it across the room, but oh my word, that thing was awful.
I own the PBS special of Oklahoma as well.
Oh, okay. Was that one any good by any chance?
Oh, it was great. Hugh Jackman, of course, is always an all-star performer, but everyone else in the cast was brilliant as well.
Nice.
I mean, it really was a very good production of Oklahoma.
They haven't done any new productions of Carousel, have they?
Not that I know of. The last production I saw of Carousel was the theater company I was in.
Okay. Because the last one I saw was the movie one with Gordon McRae and Shirley Jones.
Yeah. I never actually liked Carousel that much, though.
I like the music, but I hate the story, if that makes sense.
It does, actually, yeah.
But yeah, that one's just...
Yeah, I was never a big fan of Carousel either way, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the story is really bad.
Yes, the one where everyone's going around in circles, right?
More than just that.
Yep.
It's a little more cringier than that.
Somehow they ended up in another movie jumping off the carousel and going onto a racetrack where a bunch of beatniks are going diddle diddle diddle.
Chim 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 chim.
I don't know how they did that.
Oh man, I didn't see the sequel for that one, Mary Poppins Returns. I'm not in a hurry to check that one. I'm thinking, oh no.
I saw that.
I've never seen Mary Poppins Returns.
I saw it, and they had this thing before the pandemic where they where like if you had a A-list subscription to AMC theaters, you could watch up to 3 movies per week for free.
Okay.
And you just pay for the concessions.
Oh yeah,
where they kind of try and make up for it. And so I use that as one of my free movies. I know it's like
I'm pretty sure they sent me an email invitation for that, right? And so I was considering it like I don't. Well, I had seen, of course, Beauty and the Beast by then, and I'd heard about all the other live action Disney shows, and I was like, I don't. And so I chose not to go. I mean, I didn't use my free ticket on that. And of course, the pandemic started, so now I don't have free tickets to anywhere ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did, and I was like, no, I'm not going to watch it, and I'm really glad I didn't.
Yeah, you're not really missing anything. It was.
I'm sure it was probably a poor retelling of the same story.
Ooh.
Very much like that, yeah. And
without the incredible singing.
It was a little better than I anticipated, but there weren't any, in my opinion, any memorable songs from it.
Oh, that's bad.
I think there was one, at most 2 decent songs in the entire movie, and the rest were like bleh.
Ew.
And it's like, as far as I'm concerned, no sequel they make is going to touch the original.
Yes,
Miss Watchtower puts it right on the point.
Exactly. Some movies should not have remakes or sequels. Exactly. Don't.
Yeah.
It was ...
Because if you touch
something ...
certain ones,
there
will be a protest. We will protest and storm the castle, so to speak, but we will protest those.
Would you please stop remaking these movies?
Disney,
Please.
get some original ideas, or if you need a writer, guess what? I'll help you get an idea. But
hire someone with a new idea. I mean, you can ruin it, of course, but hire someone with a new idea. Would you please?
Get an original idea. All I want for Christmas is original ideas from Disney, please.
They are creatively bankrupt.
I don't even care if it's a new idea. It needs to be something new on film.
Yeah.
Listen to X-1, the radio series from the 1950s. Right? They're short story writers of the genre, science fiction genre, mind you. But I mean, I'm sure there's tons of omnibuses out there from different genres, right?
Yep.
Listen to those. Read those. Make movies out of those. Stop remaking stuff we've already seen that is far better than you can come up with.
Exactly. If you can't come up with an original idea, that's all. I mean,
obviously, you're stealing a short story from a writer, right?
Yes.
Like, Isaac Asimov, right? Any of his robot stories would make a better movie than any movie we've got now with a competent writing staff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, take
competent acting staff too.
Take Caves of Steel. You have a human, and he does not know he's working with a robot because the robot is so humanoid looking that you can't tell the difference. Right? And that is a beautiful story. You can just weave those two storylines together all the way throughout an hour and a half. and you're going, wow, Daniil is a robot at the end, right? And the whole mystery was, okay, this robot was destroyed, but it looks like a human, but we know it's a robot. So some people will guess, of course, that Daniil is a robot. Naturally, there's nothing new under the sun. Naturally, but you can at least weave the story and actually make those two connect and make his wife, Elijah's wife, connect with him, and just make a good story out of that. But stop remaking stuff.
Yeah, well, I have one. I don't know if you guys would like. I know it's for little kids, sort of like. So it's basically a baby coyote who is raised by rabbits, and she doesn't realize that she's a coyote and stuff like that until she goes to school, and she's teased and everything like that. And then she goes through all her childhood, and then she finds out about what actually happened to her mother. Her mother was killed by hunters and stuff like that. And basically, there's like a DNA testing kind of thing, and she finds out who her father is. And then she actually, at the very end, she marries an actual rabbit to tie both worlds together. Boom.
And there you have it. It's a retelling of the same old story of the ugly duckling, right? This ugly duckling does not look like the ducklings that are following the mother duck.
Mm-hmm.
But when the duckling grows up, we find out that the duckling is a swan.
Right.
It's the same story, but, told in a different way with different voices, different actors, that kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I mean, my book is a retelling of the same redemption story from 2,000 years ago,
But no, I mean that's the thing that I think gets to I think all of us, and I think everybody that's watching this will probably say, you know what? Yeah, I see. I hate. That's the reason why when I tell my stories, that my stories are all original. My stories are not something that I stole from somebody else or borrowed from someone else. If I borrow it, sure, but my stories, as you heard tonight, they're all original. I don't borrow.
Right. They are unique to you, but
Mm-hmm.
they are not unique in society.
Correct.
Right? Even Star Wars, as much as we venerate the original Star Wars, it's not a unique story. It's a hero's journey.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all it is just a hero's journey.
Yeah, just told in space.
That's common and it's standard, and make a new movie out of it.
Right.
They tried with Aragon, and Aragon just turned out to be a really bad movie, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can do the parallel between Star Wars and Aragon all the way through the movie. It's just that Aragon was not done well. So it's the same story, but it's different. So everybody goes, oh, Aragon was such a good movie. And I go, well, it was a good movie if you saw Star Wars. On the other hand, if Aragon were written better and not acted stiltily, is that a word? Like stilted, right?
Yeah.
It probably would have been a better movie, and I wouldn't have said anything. But the way it was written poorly, and the actors were not good, and it was just a retelling of the hero's journey. But everybody went, "Oh, Aragon, you need to go watch that," and I did, and I went, "Ugh." Not because it was a bad story; it was a pretty decent story, but written poorly and acted poorly. That's all it was.
Even with Star Wars, Lucas was influenced by samurai movies, westerns.
Yes.
Yeah, and those movie kind of things on Saturdays, I think he said too.
The forward crawl, right? The crawl that we all associate with Star Wars. Duh, and then the crawl starts, and
right.
That was from Flash Gordon.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with borrowing.
No. There's nothing wrong with borrowing, but just don't twist it so bad where people go like, what did you do?
Just don't remake it, okay?
Right.
Just stop
Don't
remaking
turn
it.
Luke into a girl, or don't turn, say, like, something you just don't touch.
I don't know.
If Rey had been a better character, the trilogy would have been a better trilogy.
Right.
But Rey and Kylo were bad characters. And so what you're looking at is special effects. What you're looking at is explosions and stuff. And you're supposed to be distracted by that, right?
Yeah.
But the character is what matters. And they had none.
Right. If you got good stories, then you don't think about the explosions. The explosions are sort of like filler. But in this case, the explosions were telling the story that the characters were not telling. That's unfortunate.
Yep. Poor writing all around.
Exactly. The explosions were the story, and we don't want that. We want character.
I mean, how's an explosion going to tell a story? Oh, once upon a time, there was an explosion. It went boom. And it died days later. Boom.
Honestly, and I don't mean to offend you, Alicia, but there are ways of taking that far, far, far too far the other way.
Yeah, I know, but yes.
I watched a movie the other day, and I don't remember the name because it sucked so much.
Ooh.
But there was a female lead character, and it was written by a female, and it was directed by a female, and oh my God, I fell asleep. And when I woke up, I fast forwarded. You know how much of the plot I missed?
None
of the plot. And it was a 2-hour movie. And I fell asleep and I fast forwarded. And I missed nothing.
Oh, that's awful.
That kind of reminds me of Captain Marvel. I made like 4 attempts to watch it, and the first 2 times I fell asleep for like 45 minutes. And it was always around the same scenes.
Now, Wonder Woman, right? Lead female character, directed by a female, written by a female. And Wonder Woman was fantastic. I loved Wonder Woman.
Yeah, the first one.
I've watched it like 3 times. I still love Wonder Woman.
Oh, me too.
Wonder Woman 1984?
I still haven't watched it.
I still haven't watched it either, and it's free for me, and I still haven't watched it.
I don't know if we fell behind, but Miss Watchtower says she saw. I think she's referring to Mary Poppins sequel.
Yeah, she was. She was
something. Some movies should not have remakes or sequels. Yeah, hire Alicia. Lol.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. Will they hire me? I don't know.
No, you're not politically connected.
Horrible.
Don't be dissing Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman. I'm only dissing Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman 1984.
Yeah. Yeah, the way it's written. Yeah, the way it's written is a little I'm sure.
I cannot diss Captain Marvel because I have not seen it.
I haven't seen it, but I do know that my friend Philip is in it. So as a background actor, I think. Yeah, Philip O'Reilly is in it. Yes, he is in it.
Yeah, I know, but still, I still haven't watched it.
I haven't either. All I know about it is because he told me about it, because that's why he was eligible for SAG. That's the only reason why I know that, because he told me.
Oh. Do you guys remember Flubber with Robin Williams?
Oh, yes. Yes. 1996, 7-ish.
My best friend, they filmed part of the movie on his school campus. So he was in the classroom where I guess Robin Williams was teaching a class. So as you pans across the room, you get a very short glimpse of my friend. Pretty cool.
Have you guys seen? Oh no, I'm sorry. Not have you seen? Do you remember the TV show Chips with Ponch
Yeah.
and John?
I used to watch it.
Yeah. They filmed in Hawaiian Gardens one time, right? And I was there because they were literally filming outside of my grandmother's house.
Oh, wow.
And I was a little kid, so I was playing at the park across the street, and they closed off the street to do the filming and stuff. And I tried to figure out how to get around the crowd to get back to my grandmother's house. I 4 or 5 years old, something like that. Maybe 7 or 8. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you know, Eric Estrada picked me up. He picked me up. He held me above the crowd. He was like, "Does anyone know who this child is?" Because I was trying to figure out how to get back to my grandma's house. I was like, "Okay."
That's cool.
And they gave me a ride on their motorcycle. Yeah. And then I went back to my grandma's house and we watched the rest of the filming. The only thing I remember is Eric Estrada picking me up and going, "Does anyone remember? Does anyone know who this child is?"
Oh man, that's funny. That is so funny. Oh boy.
I was kidding, by the way. You're entitled to your own opinion. And don't spam the same message more than once. Okay.
I don't think he was trying to spam at Chloe, but I didn't see what was going on, so I wasn't really paying attention right then.
Well, there's this thing I paste throughout the course of a live stream, like on other channels. Please like, comment, subscribe, mark the bell for notifications, mark notificate all notifications so you make sure you don't miss a single video or stream.
Yeah.
So on all the other channels I mod for, or even on my own channel, if I remember to.
Right.
I'll do that. 'Cause supposedly, if you remind people 3 times in the stream, then it kind of reminds people. I mean,
yes.
People will be so into it, a stream or a topic, and enjoying it and interacting that they might not think to.
That is true. I have forgotten to like and share. So, yeah. No, I totally agree with that.
And it's faster for me to copy paste than come up with new ways of saying the same thing.
No problem. No problem. I understand.
Or, and I hope you get this one, etc., etc., etc.
Oh man!
The King and I.
What? What? Is that from a movie or a musical of some kind?
Oh, could it be both?
Oh, please don't ever compare me to Yul Brynner. No, always compare me to Yul
I never
Brynner.
would do that. No.
Oh no, please do always compare me to Yul Brynner. He was a beautiful bald man.
He was the only person I know that did the Broadway and the actually movie version of the same character. As far as
I like to think of myself as a beautiful bald man, but I can't really say that out loud. So
I think Wise Guy and I just heard you say that, though, didn't we?
What? No, I never said that out loud. I'm pretty sure I just said I'd never felt myself as a beautiful bald man out loud.
I heard something.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh man. Oh boy, but thank you both for coming. It's been so much fun after the seriousness that we had earlier. It was very serious talking earlier. Oof.
Yeah.
I thought
Oh,
I thought maybe you needed a laugh, but
I did.
you are super brave. You're one of the most brave people I've ever met.
Thank you.
You really
Thank you. I try to be brave, even though sometimes I'm scared to death, I'll be honest, because like I said, the first couple times when I started with my channel, it was like, what do I do? And interacting with certain people, it scares me so bad. But yeah, you guys encourage me to get out of my little bubble and say, try it, try it. I'm like, I don't want to.
absolutely
Just
try
say,
it.
come on, you can do it. The water's fine.
Hey, look, for the most part, the worst that can happen is you'll fail, right? And then try something else.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
well, yeah. Like one of my first streams, I think, was Christmas Day 2019,
Mm-hmm.
and I did a 16-hour stream.
Oh,
And
wow.
Ouch.
that's when I learned, number one, don't rely on Google searches to help you find royalty-free Christmas music because you'll get flagged up the yin yang for copyright claims.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come all ye faithful.
If you do a stream, like I use StreamYards right
Right.
now, so I broadcast simultaneously to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
Right.
But if your stream exceeds 12 hours, then YouTube cuts it off after 12.
Oh,
Right, yeah. That's
So
why those
you
marathon
do
guys
anything after
do.
that.
Yeah.
And then because of all my stupid copyright claims, my 16-hour stream was only counted as a 4-hour stream.
Oh no! Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh,
Yeah.
Someone is beating a sheet of metal outside my window.
Oh, I thought that was you. I thought you were playing some metal drums or something.
Or maybe we're having another thunderstorm. Oh my God, Northern Arizona has needed this for years. I mean, I'm talking 3 years we've needed this kind of weather. We finally got it.
Oh, good.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Good.
so do you guys have either one of you have anything coming up on your channels that you want to promote before we close up?
I will be eventually finishing the script for Infinity. If you have not watched it, I think it's on Amazon. Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Okay.
Watch Infinity. It's a pretty good movie, but if the villain were stronger, it would have been better. Next week on Thursday, I will be doing another chronic pain stream. So if you're on chronic pain and need to talk about it, come on. I'll send you the link. I'm not sure I'll start with any of my other content yet. But I do intend to upload at least 2 videos and do the chronic pain stream next week. We'll see what happens.
I'm kind of up in the air. I've got some things in real life, if you will, that I have to put more focus on and get done.
Fair enough.
Like
Fair
a move, a trip to visit California, and moving a bunch of stuff to storage unit. So let's see. I've got a stream tomorrow night to promote an indie comic for Comicsgate. Then I've got an interview next week, probably. It's probably going to be next week. And then I've got to squeeze in there. I presently don't have any more bookings for interviews and comic promotions just yet. So I'm probably going to use that opportunity to make more short video content for the channel and also throw in 3 or 4 more movie reviews, and then also let's see, I'm at 374 subs, so I've got to do my 374 sub celebration or something like that. And I was meaning to do an Comicsgate art auction too, but that's going to be put off longer until I can get more organized. Yeah, I guess that's it for me for now.
Nice. Well, on Sunday night, Sunday afternoon, actually, I will be launching the Orville message boards. I will give you guys a little bit of a preview for it so you guys can see it. It's going to be completely free to sign up for. It's going to be sort of like the Gate World was for Stargate, but it's going to be completely Orville based. So I will be launching that. I'll be doing some things about that. I'm not sure what else I'm going to be doing after that. May do some streams. I haven't decided yet because right now I'm working on this move and everything like that. So if you guys want to help out with that, that's perfectly fine. If you aren't able to give it, that's okay. Just get the word out. That's a big help to me too. But like I said, this message board that I'm going to share you guys a little preview for it is going to be launching on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, I'll let you guys see the little preview of this. So basically, it's got moderate rules, announcements, news, introduction. There's also a place where you can talk about season 1. There's also for the different aliens. We have one about Kalons, Krill, Mocklins, Zelayans. The other projects, comics. But like I said, this is all completely free. If you're interested in signing up, I will give you more details on Sunday. So stay tuned for that.
Oh my God.
Cool.
Wow, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I've been working on this off and on since last year.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
I think you need to be my producer.
Well, I have many, many talents, Mr. CCDV, so you never know. You never know. But all right, everybody. Thank you so much for coming, and we will see you guys another time. Good night.
Night.